Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from, and what time is it as you're watching this? Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. The dashboard recording. The first thing you should know is that I don't believe in ghosts. Never have. 15 years working IT forensics for the Portland PD taught me that there's always a rational explanation. Always. Until the Martinez case. It started with a corrupted file from Officer James Martinez's dashboard camera. Just another night shift recording that needed cleaning up. Standard procedure. Martinez was a rookie, fresh out of the academy, working the graveyard patrol shift in the industrial district. The recording showed 3 hours of static, which wasn't unusual for the older equipment we were still using. What was unusual was Martinez himself. He came to my office on a Tuesday morning, hands trembling as he handed me the USB drive. "Something's wrong with the audio," he said. His face was pale, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he hadn't slept in days. "I need you to listen to it. Please." I've known plenty of cops in my time. The good ones, the bad ones, the ones who've seen too much. Martinez was different. There was raw fear in his eyes, the kind I'd only seen in victims of violent crimes, not the kind of look you'd expect from equipment malfunction. "Take a seat," I told him, gesturing to the spare chair in my cramped office. The walls were lined with servers, their fans providing a constant white noise that usually helped me focus. That day, it felt oppressive. Martinez sat rigid, his uniform crisp, but his posture betraying exhaustion. "I was alone that night," he said quietly, "the whole shift. But when I reviewed the footage..." He trailed off, running a hand through his short black hair. I plugged in the drive and pulled up our audio cleaning software. "Walk me through what happened." It was a quiet night, nothing but empty streets and warehouse lots. I didn't talk to anyone, didn't even call in except for standard check-ins. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "But there's a conversation on that tape, a conversation that never happened." I started the initial scan, watching the waveforms dance across my screen. Could be radio interference. We get that sometimes with the older units. Martinez shook his head. "Just listen." The first pass through the noise reduction revealed nothing but static and the usual ambient sounds of a patrol car, engine hum, occasional turn signals, the soft squeak of the seat as Martinez shifted his weight. Standard stuff. But there was something else, buried deeper in the noise floor. A pattern that shouldn't have been there. I ran it through a second filter, then a third, isolating frequencies that might contain voice data. That's when I heard it. A conversation, clear as day, floating up through the static like a body rising from the depths. "Beautiful night," said a voice I didn't recognize. Female, middle-aged maybe, with an accent I couldn't quite place. "Jesus," Martinez's voice, startled. "Where did you come from?" "I've been here all along, Officer Martinez, just waiting for the right moment." The timestamp showed 2:47 a.m. The GPS log confirmed Martinez had been parked at the corner of Industrial Way and River Street, monitoring a warehouse lot known for drug activity. "Ma'am, I'm going to need you to identify yourself." Martinez's voice was professional but tense. "Names aren't important. What's important is what happens next. 3 months from now, to be precise." I glanced at Martinez. He was staring at the floor, hands clenched into fists. "I'm going to have to ask you to step out of the vehicle." "No need for that, James." May I call you James? We have so much to discuss and so little time. Tell me, do you know the intersection of Palmer Road and 43rd? How do you know my name? I know many things. I know that 3 months from today at 9:17 p.m. you'll be responding to a domestic disturbance call. It will be raining, the first real storm of autumn. You'll be driving north on Palmer, lights and sirens. The family minivan will run the red light at 43rd. You'll swerve to avoid it. The recording continued, describing in precise detail how Martinez's patrol car would hydroplane, spin 1.5 times, and impact a concrete barrier at 47 miles per hour. The stranger's voice remained calm, almost gentle, as she explained how the impact would crush the driver's side door, how the airbag would deploy a fraction of a second too late, how Martinez would remain conscious for exactly 4 minutes and 12 seconds before bleeding out from internal injuries. "Stop," Martinez's recorded voice cracked. "Just stop. You'll think about your mother in those final moments, about the phone call she'll receive at 10:06 p.m., about how she'll collapse in her kitchen, dropping the glass of water she just poured. It will shatter on the tile floor she just installed last spring. One shard will leave a scratch that she'll notice every morning, a daily reminder of the moment she lost her only son. Get out of my car. Now." "That's not how this works, James. I'm not really here, you see. Not in any way you can touch or remove. I'm just a messenger, a courtesy call, you might say." The recording continued for another 23 minutes. The voice described the funeral arrangements, the weather that day, the exact number of people who would attend. She named cousins Martinez hadn't seen in years, detailed the color of his mother's dress, even quoted verbatim from the eulogy his captain would deliver. When the voice finally fell silent, the only sound was Martinez's ragged breathing and the soft patter of rain on the patrol car's roof. "Why?" he finally asked. "Why tell me this?" "Because knowledge is a gift, James. What you do with it, well, that's the interesting part." The recording ended there, dissolving back into static. I sat back in my chair, the implications hitting me like a physical weight. "When was this recorded?" 3 weeks ago, Martinez whispered. "I've requested transfer to desk duty, changed my shifts, even called in sick a few times, but I can't stop thinking about it. I ran every analysis I could think of: voice pattern recognition, frequency analysis, digital artifact detection. The recording was clean, no signs of tampering or manipulation. The conversation was as real as any I'd ever examined." "Have you told anyone else about this?" Martinez shook his head. "Who would believe me? A rookie cop having a conversation with a ghost about his own death? I'd be pulled off duty for psych evaluation." He had a point. I'd worked hundreds of cases, cleaned up thousands of hours of recordings. This was different. This was impossible. "Look," I said, choosing my words carefully, "maybe we should talk to someone. There are experts in unusual phenomena, people who study this kind of thing." "You mean paranormal researchers?" He laughed bitterly. "I didn't believe in any of that before this. Still don't want to. But what other explanation is there?" I didn't have an answer for him. Instead, I made him a copy of the cleaned up audio and promised to keep digging. Maybe there was something we'd missed, some rational explanation that would make sense of it all. For the next 2 months, I became obsessed with the case. I researched similar incidents, consulted with audio experts, even reached out to a professor of parapsychology under the guise of a theoretical question. Nothing helped make sense of what we'd heard. Martinez stopped by my office regularly, looking more haggard each time. He'd moved in with his mother, changed his routine, done everything he could think of to avoid the fate described in the recording. But the weight of knowledge was crushing him. "I see that intersection every time I close my eyes," he told me during one visit. "I dream about the crash, about my mother finding that scratch on her floor. Sometimes I think I'm going crazy." "Maybe you should leave town," I suggested. "Take an extended vacation. Get away from all this." He shook his head. "Running won't help. Whatever this is, it found me once. Who's to say it won't find me somewhere else?" The days crept by. I threw myself into work, taking on extra cases to distract from the growing sense of dread. Martinez's visits became less frequent as he withdrew into himself. The few times I saw him in the hallway, he looked like a man walking to his execution. Then came the storm. The first real autumn storm, just as the voice had predicted. I was working late, cleaning up audio from a robbery investigation, when the rain started, a heavy, persistent downpour that drummed against my office window. My phone rang at 9:22 p.m. It was dispatch. Officer James Martinez had been involved in a single-vehicle accident at the intersection of Palmer Road and 43rd Street while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Emergency services were on scene. No other vehicles were involved. I sat in my dark office listening to the rain for a long time after that call. Eventually, I pulled up the original recording and played it again, though I knew every word by heart. "Because knowledge is a gift, James. What you do with it, well, that's the interesting part." The official investigation ruled it an accident caused by poor visibility and wet road conditions. The family minivan mentioned in the recording was found to be a coincidence. It had run the red light moments before Martinez's arrival, leaving only tire tracks in the rain-slicked intersection as evidence of its presence. Everything happened exactly as described. The time of death, the mother's dropped glass, the scratch on her kitchen floor. Even the funeral matched the recording detail for detail, down to the color of the flowers and the exact words of the captain's eulogy. I attended that funeral, standing at the back of the crowded church, watching Martinez's mother trace her fingers over the silver crucifix she wore, just as the voice had said she would. The rain fell softly outside, a gentle whisper against the stained glass windows, and I couldn't help but wonder about the nature of fate and free will. The USB drive with the original recording disappeared from evidence storage a week later. The backup copy I'd made became corrupted, filling my computer screen with static when I tried to play it. Soon, all that remained were my notes and the memory of that impossible conversation. I still work IT forensics for the department, still clean up dashboard camera recordings and security footage. But something changed after the Martinez case. Now, whenever I pull up a new file, I find myself listening not just for evidence of crimes, but for other voices hiding in the static. Voices that speak of things that haven't happened yet, but will. Because here's the thing about knowledge. Once you have it, you can't unknow it. And sometimes, late at night when the rain is falling and the servers hum their endless white noise symphony, I swear I can hear a voice, gentle, feminine, with an accent I still can't quite place, waiting to tell me what happens next. But I never clean up those recordings. Some knowledge is better left buried in the static. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. "Is this a new couch?" I asked. The psychologist looked at the couch. "Number same as always. New chair? No. New glasses? No. Are you the same doctor? The psychologist paused. Yes. He scratched his head and sighed. Father sighed the exact same way often. He opened his desk drawer and pulled out a small rectangular bottle of Jim Beam. He raised the bottle to his lips, avoiding eye contact with me, and took a sip. Then he offered the bottle to me. Take a swig. What? I'm retiring in a week. I'm leaving. Take a swig. I took the bottle of whiskey, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. This isn't whiskey, I said after swallowing. You're right. It's brandy. You noticed that. You're fine. You overreact. You're a clam. Excuse me? It's all the same to a clam. Shel Silverstein wrote that. Would you call a clam stupid because it doesn't notice when prodded by a fish or stepped on by a human? Maybe. The clam functions well enough. But I'm not a clam. And this wasn't whiskey. I shook my head. I'd guessed that it wasn't whiskey. I had no idea that it was actually brandy. The psychologist must have realized this. I wish he did. You don't think my problem is a problem? I asked. It's not. It's a peculiarity. Nothing more. Your mother's been missing for 6 years and you never noticed. It's unobservant, but not abnormal. Your father has accused you of her murder. I've seen families more dysfunctional. You took the bus here all on your own. You are completely normal. Do not let anyone ever tell you otherwise. The fact that you can't naturally observe is just a peculiarity, and nothing more. I looked around and scratched the cuticles on my thumbs with my pointer fingers. Did you switch my room? Something looks different. It was a bad habit, the cuticle scratching. All of my habits were, I suppose. My cuticles were red and raw with hints of blood. I rested 2 fingers against my lips every once in a while, a habit reminiscent of my time as a smoker. My fingers felt yellow, like the old glow from a night spent binge smoking until 4 in the morning, except my smoking had never been from going out with friends. No, I spent hours at night staring at a certain spot, the coffee shop by the bridge, the park with the lights on the trees, even my own home, wondering what looked different. Nothing felt different. That was the problem. Nothing ever felt different. Not only did we not switch your room, but every room here is exactly the same, said the orderly. So even if we had switched you to a new room, still nothing would look different. The orderly wore white. He had brass skin, and his forearm muscles twitched when he spoke. The hair on his forearms was thick and blonde and looked like a memory of wheat. He had dark eyelashes and a heavy nose that seemed to melt from his face. His baggy white pants looked comfortable. It seemed a shame that wearing them out in a social setting would be abnormal. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. Did the orderly ever wear different pants? When I was 8 or so, while at school, my parents switched my bed for a bunk bed and moved all my older brother's things into my room, I said. Or maybe I switched into his room. He had a lot of things, clothes and furniture, but also posters like that Captain Marvel poster, the one where he looked like he was about to dive back down to Earth from the clouds. He had a lot of stuffed animals and action figures as well, mostly Captain Marvel stuff. He had a few Wonder Woman toys, but he kept those hidden. I used to tease him and call them Barbies. He would punch me for saying that. I didn't notice when he went off to college. I didn't notice when he came back. I didn't notice that, while he was gone, Father made the empty bedroom his office. I didn't notice Mother was missing. I didn't notice any of those things. Who knows why a butcher needs an office? Either way, I didn't notice. My brother asked where Mother was. I hadn't thought about it until he asked. He and I found out at the same time that she'd been missing for 6 years. My brother and father had gotten into a fight. He came back all of a sudden, my brother. It all makes me feel stupid. So much happened, and I tell it as it was told to me, not as I experienced it. You're not stupid. That's kind of you to say, orderly. So anyway, my brother insisted I see a psychologist. Father would grimace at me. He would say, even the orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. He would give me steak every day because I don't like change. That line is from a Simon and Garfunkel song. I tried to be skeptical then. I knew I'd always have steak for dinner. I was always skeptical. Am I the only skeptical orangutan around here? Yes. There has been no change in your cage. Not that a change would be easy to notice. I wiggled my toes. I was barefoot because walking the hallways without shoes allowed me to feel the cool tile on my feet. There was something relaxing in pacing a small room barefoot. I shifted my weight and began picking at my eyebrows as I looked around the room. The walls were beige with a horizontal line of blue. The floor, tan tile, details. My psychologist thinks I don't have a problem. You guys think I do. I feel like a caged orangutan that doesn't move. The kind that if you had to describe it, you'd think it was depressed. That's how Father looked at me, like I was a depressed, confined orangutan. The orderly didn't reply. I sighed. So when can I leave here? After the trial, maybe. No, I mean, when will I be fixed? I keep having the feeling you guys are going to test me by making a change in my room and seeing if I notice. We don't do that. We're here to help you, not play tricks on you. You know that, don't you? My psychologist tests me, I said. I tapped my forehead, imagining a conversation where the orderly told me to take control. Unshakable habits beget unfavorable function. Something like that. That's what the psychologist said. I scratched my cuticles and looked at the orderly's pants. Are those Dickies? My pants? Yeah, they look comfortable. Is that an elastic waistband? You have the same pants except yours are blue. I felt my waist. I hadn't given my pants a thought. If someone had blindfolded me, I'd haven't the slightest idea what pants I was wearing. Is that normal? Yeah, everyone here wears the same pants. Sorry, not that. I was thinking that it's strange that I'd have no idea if what I'm wearing is different than normal. Isn't that odd? That's not for me to decide. I'd like to be able to notice change, I said. The orderly scratched his head. The doctor has diagnosed you with neophobia. Do you know what that is? A fear of change. Exactly. But I'm not afraid of change. I just wish I'd notice it naturally. The orderly shook his head as he left the room. I don't know what to tell you, but I believe you. I don't think you murdered your mother. A lawyer looked at me with an eyebrow raised, but also with his nose crinkled a little. So you never noticed your mother's absence, he said. I shook my head. Number Father never mentioned it. I know this is my second day in court, but I'm not sure if you're the same lawyer I spoke to yesterday. The courtroom didn't look like a courtroom. It looked like a room. Yes, the judge sat on a raised platform, but everyone else sat on folding chairs. Yes, the jury sat behind a wooden bar, but the room was carpeted, and there were only 3 people in the audience who all looked vaguely familiar. Everyone looked vaguely familiar when out of context. The lawyer turned to the jury. Why is that something that would need mentioning if you already knew? I didn't know. "Are you the same lawyer as last time?" I asked. The lawyer raised an eyebrow and turned back to me. "I'm not your lawyer. I work for the DA. How did you not know?" I thought I already answered this to the other lawyer. "Isn't that why the judge sent me to the facility? Don't you already understand? I'm not an orangutan." There was a second lawyer. He nodded at me, a reassuring nod. The district attorney looked confused. I'm sure I looked confused too. The orderly leaned against the frame of the doorway. "Tough day in court?" "I'm just glad to be back," I said. "It's comforting here. I like the padded floor and walls. I don't like it out there. I can never shake the feeling that everyone's playing a big trick on me, moving things around and laughing because I don't notice. I hate it when people laugh at me." The orderly had brass skin and thick blonde hair on his arms. He had a heavy nose and dark eyelashes. His forearms were thick like an ape's. He looked familiar, but you could never be too certain. Everyone looked vaguely familiar to me. "Are you the—" "Yes, same as always. Is this the same room?" The orderly looked at me curiously. "You really don't remember? You even mentioned it to me yesterday. The tan walls with the blue horizontal stripe. Now today, padded walls. So this is a different room," I said, wide-eyed. I began scratching my cuticles. I don't like being surprised by change. I don't have a fear of change. No one likes surprises. "Yes, this is a different room, so you don't hurt yourself. Your lawyer's request, actually, says bad news is coming. None of you understand me. Father understands me. He gives me steak every day for dinner and for breakfast. I hate change because I don't notice it. But Father understood. He'd tell me all day that we'd be having steak. Then we'd have steak, and I knew nothing had changed. The orangutans have nothing of which to be skeptical. I knew I'd be having steak. I wouldn't have noticed if one day I didn't, but it was more comforting not having to worry about not noticing a change. Steak every day? I envy you, man. I love steak. Well, after a while he would switch to hamburgers, probably because it was too expensive to give me steak every day. But then we'd go back to steak. We alternated. I didn't like the burgers as much, though. That's understandable. The burgers made me sick sometimes. I wouldn't notice that he'd switched to burgers. They made me sick sometimes with their crunch. That's why I started seeing the psychologist. Why would you see a psychologist for a crunchy hamburger? Oh, not about that. Sorry. I mean, Mother missing for 6 years and I never noticed. That's what I was thinking. That's crazy. I love her. That's why I began seeing the psychologist. When I found out she'd been missing for 6 years and I never noticed. But now I'm here, in this psychiatric facility. Perhaps this is where I belong. I scratched my cuticles with my pointer fingers. Wherever I was, I'd always been there. Whomever I met, I'd always known. Whatever I ate, I'd always eaten. Whatever I'd think, I'd always thought. Not noticing change meant never getting excited, never pleasantly surprised, never owning, never having, just seeing, never observing. I recognized this, but unless I made a conscious effort to observe, everything passed by me unnoticed. "That's crazy," said the orderly, "but I'm certain you'll be out of here soon. You'll continue seeing your psychologist, and you'll slowly get better. You don't deserve to be here. That much is obvious. Imagine 2 boxes of chocolates, if you will. One is uncovered, one is covered. Both are yours. You would notice immediately if the uncovered had missing chocolate. Missing chocolates from the covered, however, could only be noticed once the cover was removed. This is how the butcher's son lives his life. Every uncovered box in his world is covered. While you or I would notice missing chocolates immediately by just glancing at the box, he wouldn't notice unless he actively wanted a piece of chocolate and it wasn't there. A favorite sofa, even if it were the only piece of furniture in his otherwise empty home, would only be noticed as missing once he intended to sit on it, and not a moment before. The rest of us would notice the second we set foot inside the home. And his father kept feeding him steak. He pointed out the front door of the courtroom, for some reason, instead of at me in the witness stand. I guess Father was here too, somewhere. I hadn't seen him since this case began. The DA stood. Objection. Moved to strike. The other lawyer turned to the judge. It's all about the evidence, Your Honor. The judge looked at both clients. Overruled. I want to see where this goes. Same couch? The psychologist looked at me like I'd covered myself in shit. He didn't reply to my question. He really did not like me. It was the exact same look Father always gave me. I'd been released from the psychiatric facility. I wasn't guilty. I did not murder Mother. Now both Father and Mother were missing. I just needed to see my psychologist. The orderly looked apologetic as I'd left. I'd taken the bus straight here. The psychologist always made himself available to me. He felt sorry for me too, I think. Yes, this is the same couch, the psychologist said, sighing. He took a swig from his bottle of Jim Beam. Do you understand what happened in court today? Pity was common. People always felt sorry for me because of my debilitating stupidity. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. They are especially skeptical of the clam. Yes, apparently Father is now the alleged murderer of my mother. I only get to see bits and pieces of the trial when I'm on the stand. But I'm not stupid. I could figure that much out. I still can't believe it. The psychologist stood from his chair and walked to the window. He stared at the parking lot down below. I watched him, wondering what I missed. That's why I hated change. I obviously missed something, but I had no idea what. I missed something. The psychologist's complexion became slightly pale, but also a tinge green, as if he suffered from food poisoning. He turned, grabbed his keys from the desk and coat from the hook by the door. Come with me, he said. This will all be over soon. We're going out for lunch. Lunch? The psychologist held the door open for me. Yes, let's go. I wrapped my fingernails on the table. Why were we out to lunch at Outback Steakhouse? The waiter approached. What will we be having today? One steak, said the psychologist. For the young man across from me. You're not eating? I asked. Not right now, no. That's all, thanks. The waiter nodded and left. I looked around the restaurant. A giant boomerang hung from the wall. Do Australians actually use that? The psychologist cleared his throat. Do you understand what happened in court? I nodded. Father is wanted for the alleged murder of Mother. They think he did it. I didn't do it. Mother's body was never found, so I'm not sure why they think there's a murder to be solved. Maybe she just left. That's what I've been saying. No, she didn't just leave. She was murdered. Your father is guilty. I grimaced. I don't think so. But either way, he's been missing since the verdict. I'm sure he's off trying to find her now. The psychologist spoke slowly. Your father, the butcher, cooked you steak every day? Yes. He understood how I didn't like change. I don't notice it, and it makes me nervous and uncomfortable. He'd tell me we'd have steak, and that I'd always be having steak, and I always did. If he never repeated himself, then one day gave me fish or chicken or something, I'd never notice. I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but I hate not realizing that something is different. I'm smart enough to realize how brain dead this all makes me. I wish so badly I could notice change, because then I'd be completely normal. But I can't, and I hate that so much. Most messed up people like me can't imagine what they're missing. I can. I can imagine it. I see normal and know I'll never be that. But I've accepted that, I guess. The waiter returned and placed the steak in front of me. "Is this definitely steak?" I asked. The waiter looked at the psychologist and then back at me with a slight grin. He thought I was joking. I wasn't. "It's definitely steak." "Okay." The psychologist frowned at me. "Try it." A strange bubbling grew in my stomach. I began to feel nauseous. I really did not want the steak. It didn't look good at all. It looked weird. I scratched my cuticles. "I'm not really hungry." "Eat the steak." "I really don't want it." I scratched my cuticles harder. The scabs made way for fresh blood. "I'm not going to ask again. Eat the steak now." I stared at the psychologist. He glared back at me. I really did not want the steak. "Now," he repeated. I begrudgingly stabbed the beef with my fork, cut off a chunk, and placed it in my mouth. "Notice anything?" he asked as I chewed. I felt nauseous, but forced it down. I placed the fork down and took a large sip of water. I did not want to be here, and I did not want to eat this steak. Of course not. "Nothing?" I shook my head. "Nothing." "Take another bite now. What you have there is a T-bone steak. That's an expensive cut, from the short loin and, if the butcher did it right, a tiny piece of the tenderloin. That's my favorite part of the T-bone steak." The psychologist pointed again. "Take another bite." I forced myself to pick up the fork, cut off another piece, and chew. "It doesn't taste different to you?" The nausea subsided. I chewed slower. I suppose I'm enjoying this taste more than I remember enjoying the taste of Father's steak. "So you notice a difference?" "I suppose I do. Yeah." "So I'll just tell you exactly what someone without your condition would notice. He would have immediately noticed that the steak he's eating now tastes far different from the steak his father fed him. He would have noticed it looked way different, smelled way different, and even felt way different. He would. Immediately. You never liked your father's steak." "That's true. But you like this steak?" I kept on eating. "Yeah, I guess I do." The psychologist pressed on, his hands clenched on the table, a weird grin on his face. "Your mother's body was never found. We can't even be sure that she was murdered." "I already told you she was murdered. You never had steak for dinner," the psychologist said. He looked excited. He was smiling. "Yes, I did. I had steak for dinner and for breakfast." The psychologist shook his head, smirking. "You didn't. You had steak before your mother died, but after she died, Father cooked steak every day. No. The psychologist's smile broadened by the second. He looked deranged now. "You never had steak for dinner because you wouldn't know the difference. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. The clams, well, it's all the same to the clam. Your father killed your mother. Your father killed a lot of people. You had meat for breakfast and dinner, but it wasn't beef. No, it was never beef. Your father had a room, your brother's old room. That room became your mother's. Your father prepared your every meal every day. but it was never steak. I dropped my fork. It clanged on the table. I dropped the knife too. It was hard to breathe now. I missed something. The psychologist began laughing hysterically. He grabbed his mustache and pulled. It came right off. He took off his glasses. I missed something big. It was hard to breathe. He was laughing so hard. You still don't recognize me. You're so stupid. This disguise cost $2. He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and dabbed tears from his eyes. The handkerchief was stained heavily with blood. You never had steak. For dinner you had your psychologist, he said, wagging the handkerchief. And for breakfast, you had your mother. My sister discovered a universal language, but she hasn't spoken a word since 2003. My sister is a genius. When she was about 13, she made this device that honestly still blows my mind. I've spent my entire life studying physics, and I still don't know what she did, or how, which is probably for the best considering how this all played out. I don't know how she did it, but what I do know is, in the summer of 2003, the laws governing matter and atomic mass didn't seem to affect her anymore. She was invisible to the human eye, and she was speaking a universal language we've never been able to identify or reproduce. Before I get into this, though, have you ever seen Firefly? Allow me to quote, I am very smart. I went to the best medikid in Osiris, top 3% of my class, finished my internship in 8 months. Gifted is the term. So when I tell you that my little sister makes me look like an idiot child, I want you to understand my full meaning. This could have been written about me and my sisters. We come from a long line of gifted people. My father is a neurologist, my mother works for SpaceX, and my eldest sister is an artist whose work has been featured in galleries since she was 12. I'm a full-time research associate of high-energy density physics at a university I can't name without risking my career. And like Simon Tam from Firefly before me, I don't tell you all of this to flaunt our intelligence or to make us look special. I tell you this so you can fully understand what I mean when I say Neurali made us all look like idiot children. In 2003, I was about to turn 17. My interests weren't like most teen girls, so I won't bore you with the details of what I found more entertaining than TV, books, or the mall, but more often than not I was occupied with personal research projects. The first time Neurali made herself invisible, I was in the middle of a research rabbit hole. I was deep into some really heady academic articles when I heard Neurali pipe up behind me. They're wrong, you know. I groaned inwardly. We'd had the knocking talk, but she was still so bad at respecting boundaries. Neurali, what did we say about knocking? Oh, she said, and sounded genuinely surprised. I didn't think about the door. What? I frowned and spun my chair around to look at her. My room was empty. Wait, empty? I looked around briefly before rubbing my eyes, wondering when I'd slept last and already writing the conversation off as an auditory hallucination. Shaking my head, I started to turn back to my computer when I heard her giggle. All right, jerkhole, where are you? Right here, she giggled, her voice coming from directly in front of me. What the... How? Did you hide the speakers again? I stood up, taking a moment to really look around the room. She'd pulled a prank like this before, hiding a complex set of speakers she'd modified to create a confluence of sound she could manipulate. It would sound like someone was anywhere in the room, she specified. She'd even made it sound like she was moving around. It was really impressive, especially since she'd only been 10 at the time. This time, though, she'd either gotten much better at hiding the speakers or something else was going on. She giggled again. No speakers, just me. Okay, just me, but how? I folded my arms, looking in the direction of her disembodied voice. That's going to be hard to explain. That was Nirali for you won't get it. Try me, I said, because I'm stubborn. She did, though, and I didn't. I had the beginnings of a migraine chewing on my right eye by the time she was done. Almost none of it made sense. There was something about atomic frequencies and post-dimensional drift, superliminal desynchronization, and something she dubbed the Planck supertemporal parallel. It was all way over my head. Okay, I said, rubbing my temple as I tried to digest it all. But how did you get here? I walked. Infuriating. I mean, how did you get in here? I gestured widely to the door, which was closed, and the walls around us. Oh. I could hear the shrug in her voice. I just walked where the walls weren't. I squinted at the spot I thought she was standing. You? What? She sighed. It was a special sigh. It was the kind of sigh that told you someone much smarter than you was put out at having to dumb something down enough for you to understand. An embarrassed heat flooded my cheeks. I knew she was smarter than me, smarter than all of us, but it still made me feel like I'd failed simple math in front of Neil deGrasse Tyson and a puppy, and they were both disappointed. I walked where the walls weren't. The walls aren't everywhere, Divya. In fact, in most places, like realities, the walls aren't there at all, so I just walked in those places. I wanted to see the proofs of this statement, though I knew she wouldn't have bothered writing them down, except in scraps and incomplete snippets that only made sense to her. I also knew the proofs wouldn't make any more sense than her original explanation. Even so, it bothered me that I only understood what she meant in the vaguest, most conceptual way. It wasn't natural for me. That abstractness of thought warred with the linear way of my brain, making actual understanding impossible, and I hated it. Sana would have understood. Her brain worked that way. But not mine. I must have looked like I was struggling with it, and I was, because she continued on. Where I am, or technically when and how, everything is a Schrodinger's puzzle of is and isn't. All I have to do is observe the places where the state of something isn't and go there. This wasn't helping. I mean, it was. I got the basic concept of what she was saying, but in terms of the practical application of physics, it was a mess of meaningless science-y buzzwords. Nothing she said had any foundation in known science. She could have told me, I ate ice cream upside down and chanted purple backwards 30 times and the wall turned to jello, but only as long as I looked at it from a 45-degree angle. And it would have been exactly as scientifically sound as what she'd actually said. Yet she was the one who was invisible, so the limits of my understanding and science itself had no bearing on her corporeal existence. Do you still have a body? I mean, can you see you? Oh yeah, she said, her voice pitched higher in excitement. I look like 100 versions of me laid on top of each other. Looking at my hands and stuff is kind of trippy, but I'm here. Cool. I had no idea what to do with this information. She started giggling again. What now? I can't believe you haven't noticed yet. Noticed what? I couldn't keep the flash of irritation out of my voice. It wasn't easy to accept the premise that she'd managed to trick physics into letting her pass through matter while being imperceptible to the human eye. But I'd had just about all the how much dumber than Nirali are you I could take for one day. What language am I speaking? I had to blink at that and think a moment. It's English, isn't it? She giggled again. Say something. I ordered in my most authoritative big sister voice. Nor again is there anyone who loves or pursues or desires to obtain pain of itself, because it is pain, but because occasionally circumstances occur in which toil and pain can procure him some great pleasure. If I concentrated, I could tell the words she was saying didn't quite match what I was apparently translating in my head, but I couldn't hear them for what they were. Except, wait, is that the lorem ipsum translation from de finibus bonorum et malorum? She giggled again. Yep. Want me to try something in Hindi? Yeah, I said, a little stunned and more than a little curious. Go for it. May he in whose lap shines forth the daughter of the mountain king, who carries the celestial stream on his head, on whose brow rests the crescent moon, whose throat holds poison, and whose breast is support of a huge serpent, and who is adorned by the ashes on his body, may that chief of gods, the Lord of all, the destroyer of the universe, the omnipresent Shiva, the moon-like Shankara, ever protect me. I frowned, torn between focusing on the words and trying to identify what she was quoting. I started mouthing some of the words as my mind ran back over them, and gawped a little as recognition settled in. Did you just quote the Ramcharitmanas Ayodhya Kand invocation? Another giggle. But how? That didn't sound like Hindi at all. Fascinating, she said. It didn't feel like Hindi when I said it, but I was thinking the Hindi words. What did it sound like to you? English, I guess. I mean, it didn't sound like anything, but I understood you in English. That's so cool. Can you actually hear something other than English? Kinda. I mean, almost. If I try, I can tell the sounds you're making don't match the meaning of the words I'm not hearing, but understanding. But the meaning overrides everything else, so I can't actually identify individual sounds or phrases. Do you think you could identify the physical linguistics if we went word by word? It may be the processing of complete phrases prevents the identification of individual phonemes. Maybe, I said, shrugging, still trapped in awe of this aspect of her discovery. We could try it. She had me run her through some general object identification to give me a chance to listen for the sounds she was making and how they differed from the words I knew, the words I was hearing. But I only ever caught the ghosts of divergent beginnings and ends. She thought this was hilarious. I thought it was magical. She started making regular trips to my room in this state, usually after lights out or when our parents were at work. I didn't blame her for sneaking. Sana wasn't into the science stuff, and if our parents knew what we'd been up to, we'd have been grounded for life, especially since Nirali had already been banned from experimental projects at home. The last one had required a lot of external help and several $1,000s to clean up. But someone had to try and catalog this universal lexicon, and this was the only way we had access to it. One night, as we lay awake on the floor naming objects, we'd tried making individual sounds before, but without the intent of meaning behind them, there was no divergence. Nirali froze. I couldn't see her, of course, but something changed. She stilled to the point I worried she'd maybe phased through the floor or something and left me alone. But somehow I still felt her presence along with something sharp and alien I couldn't identify. Nirali? I whispered, cold unease settling on me like snow. Shh. It was her, but so quiet I almost missed it. I felt the urgency behind it, though, and hushed to wait in the silence with her. As the seconds ticked by, a prickling dread crawled across the room. It started at the edges where the shadows were thickest and spread outward, tainting everything it touched, including me. My pulse quickened as a primal paranoia sank in. I knew it was just Nerali and me, but it felt like a predator was stalking the shadows, searching for us, and it was only our silence that kept it from pouncing. To keep the paranoia at bay, I focused on the warm red readout of the clock above my desk. The slowly changing numbers were soothing and hypnotic. They dulled the edges of my fear until, at some point between midnight and 2 a.m., I fell asleep. I only realized this when Nerali finally whispered my name, pulling me back to reality. Divya, wake up. I swam back to consciousness slowly, shaking off the half-formed discomfort of a dream I couldn't remember. It's gone now. What's gone? I rubbed the sleep still clogging my vision and blinked at the clock above my desk. So late. Had we really been laying on the floor for 2 hours? Nerali didn't answer. Not for a long time. Long enough that I thought maybe I'd dreamed her waking me up entirely. The shadow behind the walls, she whispered, cutting the silence away like cobwebs. There was a weight to her words I couldn't describe that tickled the primal centers of my brain again. An ancient urge calling to me, telling me to hide. The... what? I croaked, propping myself up on my elbows. But Nerali was gone. Not just quiet. There was a difference in the room when she left, and I could always sense it, even if she didn't say she was going. A few minutes later, she was at my bedroom door, actually knocking. The sound startled me, giving my heart a sudden workout with a spike of adrenaline. I snuck over to the door to let her in, too keenly aware of the night around me and jumping at shadows I suddenly worried couldn't be trusted. Without a word, she slipped past me and crawled into bed, hiding beneath the covers with her knees against the wall and her back to me. I took my cue as it was offered and crawled in behind her, offering myself as protection against the night. Sleep was slow in coming as my body flushed the survival instinct from its veins. But eventually it must have come as the next thing I knew, the sun was peeking through the windows, and Nerali was watching me sleep. Divya? Nerali said my name like she was testing it, as if she didn't expect to hear it again. Yeah? Nothing, she said, curling back under the covers before adding, thanks. It was a week before she came to me through the walls again. I think it's drawn to the language, she said, pulling me out of a dream about superfluid. What is? I yawned, oddly comfortable with the resumption of our nightly conversations. The shadow behind the walls. What is that? I don't know. Something big. Something old. Older than time, maybe. What's with the sauna talk? Older than time. I don't know, Divya. That's just what it feels like. She was always like this, caught somewhere between science and emotion, like the perfect cross between me and sauna. I think it allowed her to think abstractly enough to escape the box of the known to innovate, while remaining linear enough to build a new box to house her innovations. But sometimes it meant she didn't have the math to back it up. Sometimes it was just a feeling or the hint of a notion. But even then, Nerali's feelings were always spot on, even if it took science a few decades to prove it. All right, I said, accepting that answer. It was odd, I realized then, how a few weeks of exposure to what my mind told me was factually impossible opened me to the flexibility of the possible. I was surprised, too, when I noticed my first instinct wasn't to challenge her or demand proof, just because what she said was beyond my experience or immediate comprehension. Instead, I would nod and accept that what she said, what she experienced, was simply truth, and the limitations of my understanding couldn't change that. What does it want? I don't know. I don't think it talks. but I think it listens and understands. That's unsettling, I said, shifting under the covers. The superstitious child in me made sure my feet were hidden in the center of the bed because the shadows still couldn't be trusted. She hummed her agreement. It's not the only thing here, though. A chill surged through me, prompting my heart into a panicked gallop. What do you mean? I mean, there are other things, big things, old things. Most of them can't see me, I think. I'm not really where they are, same as I'm not really where you are, but they can hear me, same as you. Are you safe? Nirali was silent. My stomach churned because I knew it meant something big and old and dangerous was near enough to pose a threat. After several minutes passed, she answered, Sometimes, only sometimes. I sat up, staring at the spot on the floor where she would have been seated. Only sometimes. Then why are we still doing this, Nirali? I wouldn't have agreed if I knew you were in danger. I know, she said quietly, but there's so much here. If I focus on a color, I can experience everything that color has ever been and ever will be. If I think about a time, I'm sitting in what used to be here, or sometimes what will be here, watching a blur of activity that won't happen for another 1,000 years. I've seen cities you can't even begin to imagine, made of glittering bone and glass, monolithic wonders to shame the gods. Last night I was standing in the center of a black hole, not a hologram or a simulation, but an actual black hole. Captured, contained, reproduced, harnessed, I don't know what, but it was here, and so was I. And through the black hole I saw so many other universes, all laid out like mirrors into infinity. Nirali, I whispered, both awed and terrified. Had she been experiencing these things every night? All the hours we talked about nothing and nonsense? But there are also bigger things, she said, her voice dipping into darkness. Things that hide in the glint of starlight on glass. Things that follow me back from the future and wait for me in the past. They skip like stones on water, only touching the surface for a minute and never with their whole selves. But even that much is too much. It hurts to look at them. There are too many shapes at once, and all of them are hungry in ways I don't understand. Tears welled in my eyes as I listened to her. It hurt to accept these things as truth. I couldn't understand them or touch them or even experience them myself. But I had to accept they were real, because my sister was invisible. She could pass through matter at will and spoke a universal language to me every night. But accepting all that also meant accepting that my sister spent every night compelled by her own curiosity to go back to this dangerous state again and again, only to be terrified by what waited in between. I'm glad they can't see me, but I don't think that will be true much longer. What? Why? The shadow behind the walls has been in my room all week. I can feel it following me around. It's listening now, but I don't think it will come in your room again. Nene, you have to stop this. I can't, she said, her voice thick with imminent tears. Of course you can. Just come back and we'll destroy whatever you've been using to shift. We can fix this. No, she said, the word wet and bent beneath an anguish no 13-year-old should have known. You don't understand. What could possibly be worth the risk? My heart broke in the silence that stretched between us. An eternity of pain and longing swirled between us, and one final fragile breath spoke of the tears she held back when she found her voice again. I can't speak English anymore. I didn't understand. Like the first time she described the math to me, this statement defied understanding. What do you mean you can't speak English anymore? I mean, I can't speak anything but this stupid between language, Divya. I tried and tried all week, but all that comes out now is this ugly mess of gurgles and scrapes and noises I don't recognize, and I'm so scared. I'm so scared because they can still hear me when I'm out there with you, and out there I'm not invisible. And you and Sana and Mom and Dad aren't invisible, and none of us are safe when I'm out there. And the only time I can talk right is when I'm in here, she sobbed. When I'm here with you, my heart turns somersaults in my stomach. I let this happen. I should have stopped her the day she showed me her stupid, science-shattering trick. Nene, I whispered, and all I wanted to do was hold her until everything was right. You have to come back. I don't know what we'll do to fix this, but you can't stay there. I know, she said through a heavy veil of tears. I just didn't want to lose you, to lose us. You still have me, but I won't out there, not like this. I didn't have a good answer for her. We'll find a way to fix it, was all I could say, and we both knew it wasn't enough. We also knew that it had to be, because we didn't have a choice. I felt her presence fade, and a few minutes later there was a quiet knock at my door. Nirali stood on the other side, shaking as silent sobs racked her narrow frame. I gathered her up, shutting the door behind her, and together we curled around each other on the floor and cried. We cried until we passed out from exhaustion and woke up long after the sun had risen. I woke to Nirali watching me again and blinked away the haze of tear-stained sleep. Nirali? She nodded, mute, a sadness hanging over her shoulders. Can you? She shook her head. Nothing? She glanced up, looking over me and toward the hall as someone passed by. I could tell a million thoughts were flitting through her head in that moment, most of them conflicting, but after a minute or so, a stony resolution had settled in her eyes, and she scooted closer, waving for me to do the same. Her mouth was almost against my ear when something unimaginably foul rattled from her lips. A shudder of revulsion rocked through me at the sound of each mangled phoneme. I've never been so disgusted and terrified in my life. I could hear her voice, but it was dripping with caustic venom, dragging over hot coals, buried in the deepest ocean and clawing at the edges of sanity with angry talons. It was wrong. And to this day, it was the most vile, viscerally upsetting experience of my life. The words, this language, was never meant to be spoken by man. Science won't support me, but I know in my bones these words have power man wasn't meant to use. And yet, despite my mind rebelling from the mere sound of her voice warped around these hideous words, I still knew what she'd meant, as if she'd said it in English. Don't tell Mom and Dad. The inheritance. The first night I heard them move, I convinced myself it was the house settling. Old Victorian homes make all sorts of noises after all. But the second night, when the whispers started, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. Let me back up. My Aunt Margaret died 3 weeks ago, leaving me her sprawling estate in western Massachusetts. I'd always been her favorite niece, though favorite might be too gentle a word. More accurately, I was the only family member who tolerated her peculiarities long enough to maintain a relationship. The others had written her off years ago as insane, and maybe they were right. The inheritance came with conditions spelled out in painful detail through 17 pages of legal documentation. Most of it was standard stuff. Maintain the property, pay the taxes, don't sell for at least 5 years. But then there was the matter of the dolls. Aunt Margaret's collection filled an entire room on the 3rd floor. 47 antique porcelain dolls, each one handcrafted in the late 1800s, arranged meticulously on custom-built shelves. The will stipulated that I must acknowledge and converse with each doll daily, ensuring they never spend more than 24 hours in silence. I remember laughing when the lawyer read that part. "She can't be serious," I said, but Mr. Harrison's expression remained grave. "Your aunt was very specific about this condition, Ms. Chen. Failure to comply will result in immediate forfeiture of the estate." I signed the papers. What else could I do? The house was worth millions, and my teaching salary barely covered rent in Boston. Besides, how hard could it be to talk to some dolls for a few minutes each day? The first week went fine. I felt ridiculous, but I'd stop by the doll room each morning before work, offering a cheerful, "Good morning, everyone." Sometimes I'd comment on the weather or share gossip from the faculty lounge. The dolls sat silent in their perfectly pressed Victorian dresses, their painted faces frozen in eerily lifelike expressions. I tried not to look too closely at their eyes. Then came last Tuesday. I had a faculty meeting that ran late, followed by dinner with colleagues. By the time I got home, it was past midnight. I was exhausted, slightly drunk, and the thought of climbing 2 flights of stairs to talk to dolls seemed absurd. "They'll survive one night of silence," I muttered, heading straight to bed. That's when everything changed. The scratching started around 3 a.m., a light, skittering sound like tiny fingernails dragging across hardwood floors. I pulled my pillow over my head, trying to block it out. But then came the whispers, so faint I could almost convince myself I was imagining them. "She forgot us. Ungrateful child. We must teach her, the way Margaret taught us." I lay perfectly still, my heart hammering against my ribs. The voices seemed to be coming from the hallway, getting closer. I wanted to get up and lock my bedroom door, but terror had paralyzed me. All I could do was watch as my doorknob slowly began to turn. The door creaked open, revealing only darkness. Then, at ankle height, I saw them, tiny shadows moving across my floor, accompanied by the soft click of porcelain against wood. I squeezed my eyes shut, remembering how I used to hide from monsters as a child. But these weren't imaginary beasts under my bed. These were real, and they were getting closer. Something cold touched my hand, which had been dangling over the edge of the mattress. I yanked it back with a strangled scream, finally breaking free of my paralysis. I lunged for the bedside lamp, flooding the room with light. They froze in place, 12 of the dolls arranged in a semicircle around my bed. Their postures were identical to how they'd been displayed upstairs, but their heads were tilted at impossible angles, all staring directly at me. Their painted smiles seemed wider somehow, stretched into grotesque grins that cracked the porcelain of their cheeks. "We missed our conversation today, Elizabeth," said the largest doll, a Victorian beauty in a burgundy dress. Her lips didn't move, but I heard her voice clearly in my mind. It was like ice water trickling down my spine. Aunt Margaret never forgot, not once in 47 years. I scrambled backward until I hit the headboard. "I'm sorry," I stammered. "It won't happen again." "No," agreed another doll, this one a small boy in a sailor suit. "It won't." The lamp flickered and went out. What happened next exists in my memory as fragments, like a broken mirror reflecting nightmares. Cold, unyielding hands grabbing my ankles, the smell of ancient fabric and decay, porcelain fingers in my hair, dragging me from the bed, the sound of my own screams echoing through empty halls. I woke up in the doll room, propped in an antique chair with my arms and legs posed at unnatural angles. My joints ached as if I'd been holding the position for hours. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dust motes that danced around the dolls, now all back in their proper places. Had it been a dream? The bruises on my ankles and the tiny scratches on my arms suggested otherwise. I stumbled to my feet, my muscles protesting every movement. "Good morning, everyone," I whispered, my voice shaking. "I hope you slept well." 47 painted faces stared back at me, their expressions unchanged. But now I noticed details I'd overlooked before, the slight variations in their poses, the way their hands seemed poised to reach, the hungry look in their glass eyes. That was 2 weeks ago. I haven't missed a day since, but something fundamental has changed. The dolls aren't content with simple greetings anymore. They demand stories, secrets, confessions. Sometimes they ask questions, their voices echoing in my head until I answer. They're particularly interested in my students. "Tell us about the children," they whisper when I try to sleep. "We miss having children visit. Margaret used to bring them before the accident." I've searched for information about my aunt's past, but the town records are suspiciously incomplete. The librarian, an elderly woman with cloudy eyes, just shook her head when I asked about accidents involving children. "Best not to dig up old graves, dear," she said, then covered her mouth as if she'd revealed too much. Last night I heard them discussing something new. They think I'm not ready yet, not properly prepared. They talked about the transition and becoming one of us. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror this morning and froze. My skin seemed paler, smoother, almost like... No, I'm being paranoid. But I can't deny that my joints have been getting stiffer, or that my movements sometimes feel mechanical, as if invisible strings were guiding my limbs. And yesterday, a student asked why I hadn't blinked during our entire conversation. I should run, pack a bag and leave this cursed house behind, but I know they'd follow me. They follow me everywhere now, their whispers a constant companion. Sometimes I see them from the corner of my eye, at school, at the grocery store, in my car, always watching, always smiling those cracked porcelain smiles. Besides, the will was clear about leaving them alone, and now I understand why. They're so lonely, you see. They just want someone to play with, forever. And they've chosen me. I'm writing this as a warning, though I doubt anyone will believe it. If you inherit something unusual, read the conditions carefully. Some rules exist for a reason. Some gifts come with prices too steep to imagine. It's time for our afternoon chat. They're getting impatient. I can hear them shuffling upstairs, calling my name. My joints crack like porcelain as I stand, and I catch another glimpse of my reflection. For a moment, I could swear my eyes looked like glass. But that's impossible, isn't it? Isn't it? The following was found scrawled on the back of the previous pages in increasingly erratic handwriting. Day 23. The changes are accelerating. My skin feels different, harder, smoother. The hunger for food has been replaced by a different kind of hunger. I understand now why they wanted to know about the children. Day 24. They've started teaching me how to move properly, how to be still for hours, days, weeks, how to wait patiently until someone comes close enough to touch. My bones are hollow now. I can hear them clicking when I walk. Day 25. Margaret didn't die. She's still here. She's the one in the burgundy dress. She's been here since 1887, waiting, teaching, collecting. Soon I'll join them on the shelf, and we'll wait together for the next inheritor. Day 26. Can't write much longer. Fingers turning stiff. Hard to hold pen, but I need to finish this warning. Need to explain about the children, about why we need them, about the hunger that never stops, about the sound their screams make when they realize we're not just ordinary dolls, about how sweet their fear tastes as we... The handwriting becomes illegible here, deteriorating into scattered marks that look suspiciously like tiny footprints. Final note. If you're reading this, you've probably already inherited the house. And if you're reading this, it's already too late. We've been watching you since you arrived. You just haven't noticed us yet. Don't bother running. Don't bother screaming. Just remember to talk to us every day. And whatever you do, don't look too closely at your reflection. We wouldn't want you to see yourself changing too soon. Welcome to the family. The following newspaper clipping was found attached to the final page. Local teacher missing. Police baffled. Boston area elementary school teacher Elizabeth Chen, 29, was reported missing yesterday after failing to appear for work for the third consecutive day. Chen had recently inherited her aunt's estate in western Massachusetts and had been commuting to Boston for work. Police investigating the property found no signs of forced entry or struggle. The only unusual detail noted was that one of the aunt's antique dolls appeared to have been added to the collection recently. Detective James Morrison described it as remarkably lifelike, almost as if it had been modeled after a real person. The investigation is ongoing. Anyone with information about Ms. Chen's whereabouts is urged to contact local authorities. Why I didn't shower for 21 years. I have nightmares where I'm trapped in a shower. The drain is plugged, and the water won't stop pouring down on me. Water rises to my ankles, to my waist, and then over my head. The shower curtain turns to glass, and my screams turn to gargles. A dark figure presses its face against the glass on the other side, and it watches me. I plead, but it won't let me out. I swallow water and flail helplessly in my glass coffin. I wake up gagging. I know where the nightmare came from. I never have to dig deep. The incident is never far from my subconscious. Finding it is easy. Getting over it is not. It was the summer of my 12th birthday when the Hudsons moved in across the street. 3 people, one of them a really old woman. She was tiny, frail, skeletal almost. Thin white hair, faded blue flowery dress. Her head hung from her neck, and it wobbled as the man pushed her up a makeshift wheelchair ramp into the house. At the time, I couldn't figure out if she was alive or dead. A few minutes later, she appeared in an upstairs window, sitting in her wheelchair. She was directly facing my bedroom, and I cautiously peered out from behind my curtains. Her head was upright now, and she stared at me. Just stared, without moving her head an inch. I closed my drapes. For days, she sat at the window. She watched the cars putter down our suburban road and gazed at the neighborhood kids scurrying through their yards. I never saw anyone else in the room. Never saw her move from that wheelchair. At night, I'd nervously peek through the crack in my drapes. Her silhouette was still in that window, lights off, staring out into the darkness at my bedroom. I couldn't tell, but I knew she was watching me. The stories about her cropped up pretty quick amongst my friends in the neighborhood. That she was a witch, that she was just a doll, that she was actually dead. But I knew she wasn't dead. Sure, I never saw her move from that window, not once, and I never saw her head turn, but I felt her eyes move as they studied me. I could feel her watching me. All alone in my bedroom, in the middle of the night with my drapes firmly shut, I'd wake up and shudder. Her eyes were on me, I just knew it. I began sleeping on the floor. The lower I was, the better. Maybe she couldn't see me if I was on the floor. I told my parents that the old woman across the street was creeping me out. I pleaded with them to talk to the Hudsons and ask them to move her to a room without a window. They laughed and told me to let her live out her twilight years in peace. She was just watching the street, they said, and that probably made her feel happy and feel younger. "Are you just going to stick me in a windowless room when I'm an old lady?" My mom laughed. "Remind me to move in with your sister when I'm in a wheelchair." A week later, there was some commotion at the Hudsons. I watched from my bedroom window as the man ran out of the house and opened up the double doors of his van. He jogged inside, and he reappeared minutes later pushing the old woman in her wheelchair down the ramp. She looked frailer than before. She couldn't have weighed more than 70 pounds. Her head was flung to the side, resting on her right shoulder. Her body jostled in the wheelchair, but her eyes never left me, watched me the whole time. The man picked her up and placed her in the car. He folded the wheelchair and stuffed it in the trunk. He quickly hopped into the driver's seat. The younger woman pounced into the passenger seat, and the man put his foot to the pedal. The old woman's limp head still faced me. It bobbed up and down as the van reversed down the driveway. I studied her face. It was expressionless, emotionless. Her tongue slightly hung from the right side of her mouth. But her eyes were on mine, and they stayed on me. The van accelerated down the street, and it was gone. My parents heard the news that afternoon from other neighbors. The old woman's condition was getting worse, and the Hudsons had taken her to some sort of a home. She wouldn't be coming back. I went straight to my bedroom, and I looked across the street. I smiled. Her window was finally empty. The Hudsons didn't come back the next day. No van. That night, I looked out towards the old woman's window. There was no one there, no wheelchair, but the bedroom light was on. I remember telling my dad I thought it was strange, and he just shrugged and said, "Must be on some sort of timer or something." I woke up in the middle of the night and nervously peered out my bedroom window. That bedroom light was still on. It suddenly flicked off, and I ducked below my window frame. I slowly rose and looked out, expecting to see the silhouette of that tiny skeletal being. I watched for 10 minutes, pinching and straining my eyes. The lights quickly flickered on and then off again. I slept on the floor again, clutching my pillow close. I had a late baseball practice the next evening. When I got home, my house was empty. My parents were at my little sister's softball game. I headed to the shower to rinse off. About 3 minutes into my shower, I felt cold. The hot steam was escaping the bathroom somehow, which didn't make sense because I had shut the door. I wiped the shampoo from my eyes, turned my head, and I heard a strange noise that would haunt me in nightmares for years. The metal rings of the shower curtain being dragged across the shower rod. Someone was slowly opening the curtain. The shampoo stung my eyes, and through the stinging I saw a dark figure behind the curtain. Long, pale, bony fingers gripped the curtain as it slowly opened. I instinctively backed up in the shower, and the curtain opened completely. There stood the old woman. I must have only looked at her for 1, maybe 2 seconds, but at that moment, time stood still. All these years later, I can still draw you a vivid picture of the horrifying image in front of me. Disheveled white hair crazy in her eyes, bones jutting out from under her stretched skin, stark naked, blotchy skin, warts all over her body, skinny breasts hanging to her waist, hair where I didn't know people could grow hair. She smiled grotesquely, and I felt the shower tile against my back and the hot water pound my face. In her other hand, the old woman held a letter opener. "August," she mumbled. "August, August, August. I leaped past her, knocking her tiny body to the floor. I ran downstairs, naked and sopping wet. In my panic, I somehow remembered I was nude, and I yanked a pair of shorts out of the hamper in the laundry room, sending the hamper crashing to the floor. I hightailed it on foot down the street, eventually winding up at my friend's house. When the police arrived, they found the old woman, crumpled to a heap in the bathroom. The shower was still running. The policemen were all really nice to me, admiring me for my bravery. I told them what she said to me, August, and asked if they knew what she could have meant. It will be August in a few days, one of them shrugged, and you can never fully understand old and crazy, son. The Hudsons only came to our street once more to retrieve their stuff. The for sale sign was up in days. My mom told me they couldn't face the neighbors for what happened. Apparently they had taken the old woman, the man's mother, to a special home downstate. Somehow, some way, the woman managed to escape the home and caught a bus back to our town. It never quite made sense to me. She was so old, so frail, so helpless. She could barely move those weeks she lived in that house. How had she managed to travel hundreds of miles on her own? Anyway, you can imagine what this did to me. I didn't shower for 21 years. I took baths, which I suppose aren't that different. It's still a tub, and it involves hot, soapy water. But a shower, with its closed curtain, water peppering the tub floor and steam climbing the walls, you get lost inside your own head in the shower. Thoughts consume you, and it feels so utterly safe. For a few minutes, you are alone from the world. It's your own private, misty kingdom. But that's what makes the shower dangerous. You're enclosed, vulnerable, naked. You're exposed. I talked to people about it. My parents, a shrink. But mainly I tried to push the incident deep down into places where I couldn't find it. I didn't talk about it with anyone since I was a kid. Life carried on. Besides the baths, I was pretty normal. A few months ago, something inside me clicked. I felt the urge to re-examine the incident. It was almost like a voice in my head was telling me to do it. My head wanted closure. I spent hours online one night trying to track down any information on the Hudsons and the old woman. I finally found what I was looking for, an obituary for the old woman. She had died 4 years ago. Somehow that walking skeleton hadn't checked out for another 15 years. The obituary photo was a black and white picture from when she was a young woman. It was a photo of her and her deceased husband on their wedding day. His name was August, and he looked exactly like me. I closed the browser and stared at my computer desktop for 10 minutes. It finally made more sense, why she called me August, why she was obsessed with watching me. Maybe she used to write letters to her husband, and that's why she was clutching the letter opener that night. For a small moment, I felt a little better. Things always feel better when they make more sense. Honey, is everything okay? It was my wife. I think so, I said. I took the first shower I had taken in years that night. I didn't even jump when the curtain rungs dragged across the shower rod and my wife entered. But as she embraced me under the hot water, one question wouldn't leave my head. How come the young woman in that wedding photo looks exactly like my wife? The unrest stopped. It's been nearly 2 decades since that night, and I still can't drive down an empty highway without feeling my stomach churn. Even now, the memory lingers like a shadow at the corner of my vision, always there, always waiting to remind me of what we saw, or what we think we saw. I've told the story to friends, co-workers, anyone who'd listen, and while most just laugh it off or give me skeptical looks, I've stopped caring. It's not about whether they believe me. It's about getting it out, like purging some toxin from my system. But if you're willing to hear me out, I'll tell you everything. Every detail, every chill, every moment when the world seemed to fold in on itself. I was 16 then, stuck in that awkward stage where I thought I knew everything and simultaneously felt like I knew nothing. My mom had decided that our summer vacation would be a road trip, a cross-country journey from New York to California, crammed in a battered minivan with my older sister Jenna, who was 20 and eternally exasperated with me. The trip was supposed to be an adventure, a bonding experience. What it became was something else entirely. It was late, past midnight, when we found ourselves on a desolate stretch of interstate somewhere in the Midwest. The road was long and flat, cutting through endless fields of nothingness. We hadn't seen another car in what felt like hours, and the only sound was the hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of static from the radio. Despite the emptiness, we weren't tired. We'd stopped a few hours earlier for dinner and coffee, and the caffeine was still doing its job. But nature called, and the gas gauge was dipping toward empty. When the glow of a rest stop appeared on the horizon, it felt like a blessing. A small green sign announced its presence. Rest stop, 1 mile. My mom, ever the pragmatic one, pulled off the exit without hesitation. As we approached, the place looked ordinary enough. A single-story building with the usual gas pumps out front, a flickering neon open sign in the window, and a scattering of parked vehicles. There was a van full of teenagers, their laughter and chatter spilling into the night air, and a small gray sedan parked at the pump directly in front of us. 2 men stood by the car, their figures silhouetted in the harsh fluorescent light. They didn't move as we pulled up, didn't acknowledge our arrival. It wasn't unusual, not at first. "I'll go in with Jenna," my mom said, unbuckling her seatbelt. "You stay here and watch the car." I nodded, content to scroll through my phone and enjoy the brief solitude. They disappeared into the building and I was left alone, the quiet wrapping around me like a blanket. That's when the unease began to creep in. It was subtle at first, a faint prickle at the back of my neck, an inexplicable sense that something was off. The teenagers were the first to react. I heard one of them say, "This place is creepy as hell," followed by murmurs of agreement. They fumbled with the gas pump, muttering about it not working, and then, just like that, they piled back into their van and sped off, their taillights disappearing into the darkness. I turned my attention to the gray car in front of us. The 2 men were still there, standing as still as statues. They weren't talking. They weren't moving. They weren't even looking at each other. It was as if they were frozen in time. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. When my mom and Jenna came rushing out of the building, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear, I knew something was wrong. "Get in the car," Mom said, her voice sharp and urgent. I didn't argue. As soon as they slammed the doors shut, I saw it. The men turned to look at us, slowly, deliberately, but they didn't move their bodies, only their heads, their eyes. I'll never forget their eyes, or rather the lack of them. Where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but darkness, not black like ink or shadow, but an absence of light, an emptiness that seemed to pull at my very soul. I couldn't look away, and yet every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee, to get as far away as possible. "Go!" Jenna shouted, and Mom floored the gas pedal. The tires squealed and the minivan lurched forward. As we sped out of the parking lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The men hadn't moved. They just stood there watching us, their empty eyes fixed on our retreating car. We didn't stop driving until we reached the next city, an hour away. Even then, we couldn't bring ourselves to talk about what had happened. It wasn't until the next morning, when we were safely ensconced in a brightly lit diner, that we finally compared notes. And that's when things got even stranger. We tried to find the rest stop on a map, retracing our route and pinpointing the exact location where we'd pulled off. But it wasn't there. No matter how many times we searched, no matter how many locals we asked, there was no trace of it. It was as if the place had never existed. To this day, I don't know what we saw. Were the men even human? Was the rest stop some kind of liminal space, a tear in the fabric of reality? I've heard stories of haunted places, of ghostly apparitions and unexplained phenomena, but nothing comes close to what we experienced that night. I've driven that stretch of interstate several times since then, always hoping and dreading that I might see the rest stop again. But it's gone, vanished without a trace. And yet, in the quiet moments, when the world feels just a little too still, I can't help but feel that it's still out there, waiting for its next visitors, the mirror call. There are things in this world that defy explanation. As a sheriff's deputy in rural Montana, I've seen my fair share of strange occurrences, unexplained lights in the mountains, livestock mutilations that made even veteran ranchers queasy, and the occasional missing person case that just didn't add up. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened during my graveyard shift last October. It was just past 2 a.m. when the call came in. The night was unusually still, with a heavy blanket of fog hugging the ground and temperatures hovering just above freezing. I'd been parked on the side of Old Mill Road, catching up on paperwork and drinking coffee that had long since gone cold when dispatch crackled to life. Unit 47, we've got a 1091V at 1879 Stillwater Lane. Elderly female resident reporting a possible intruder. I keyed my radio. Copy that. En route. A 1091V meant a suspicious person or vehicle, but something in dispatch's tone made me uneasy. Susan, our night dispatcher for the past 15 years, usually maintained a matter-of-fact demeanor. Tonight, there was an edge to her voice I'd never heard before. Be advised, she added after a pause. Caller is unusually distressed. Claims someone is in her mirror. I frowned. Come again? Caller states there's someone in her bedroom mirror mimicking her movements, but with a delay. She's requesting immediate assistance. I threw the cruiser into drive, flipping on my lights, but leaving the siren off. Stillwater Lane was out in the sticks, a good 20 minutes from my location. The fog seemed to thicken as I drove, swallowing my headlights and creating the unsettling illusion that the road itself was disappearing beneath my tires. Can you give me any additional details? I asked, trying to piece together what I might be walking into. Elderly resident, possible confusion or dementia, maybe prescription medications. Caller identified herself as Margaret Aldrich, age 76, lives alone since her husband passed last spring. No prior calls to this address, no history of mental health issues or substance abuse. She's remarkably lucid, deputy. Says she first noticed something was off about 3 hours ago when she got up to use the bathroom. Claims her reflections movements were delayed by maybe half a second. Says it's gotten progressively worse. I accelerated slightly, the cruiser's engine growling as we climbed into the foothills. Is she secure? Affirmative. She's locked herself in the bedroom. Says she's sitting completely still in front of her vanity mirror. Susan hesitated again. She says she's afraid to move. because her reflection isn't stopping when she does anymore. A chill that had nothing to do with the October air crept down my spine. I dealt with plenty of mental health calls over the years, but something about this one felt different. The specificity of the complaint, the caller's reported lucidity, Susan's obvious unease, it all added up to something that didn't quite fit the usual patterns. The fog parted briefly as I turned onto Stillwater Lane, revealing a nearly full moon hanging low and bloated in the sky. The street was a long dirt road, lined with ancient cottonwoods, their bare branches reaching toward each other like skeletal fingers. 1879 turned out to be the last house on the left, a well-maintained Victorian sitting alone on a small hill. A single light burned in an upstairs window. I radioed my arrival to dispatch and approached the front door, my boots crunching on frost-covered leaves. A security camera mounted above the entrance tracked my movement, its red LED blinking steadily. The porch light clicked on automatically as I climbed the steps. The door was locked, but Margaret had told dispatch where to find the spare key, under a fake rock next to the hydrangea bushes. Inside, the house was silent, except for the soft tick of an antique grandfather clock in the foyer. The air smelled of lavender and furniture polish, with an underlying mustiness common to older homes. "Mrs. Aldrich?" I called out, one hand resting on my holstered weapon. "This is Deputy Hayes with the Sheriff's Department. I'm coming upstairs." No response. The staircase creaked under my weight, despite my attempts to move quietly. Family photos lined the wall. Margaret and who I assumed was her late husband in younger days, children, grandchildren, all smiling out from behind dusty glass. At the top of the stairs, only one door was closed. Warm light spilled out from underneath. I knocked softly. "Mrs. Aldrich? Are you all right?" "Please come in, Deputy." The voice was thin, but steady. I'm afraid to take my eyes off it. I turned the handle slowly, announcing my movements. "I'm opening the door now, ma'am." The bedroom was large but cluttered, dominated by a massive four-poster bed with heavy burgundy curtains. Margaret Aldrich sat ramrod straight on a small stool in front of an ornate vanity mirror, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, wearing a pale blue nightgown. She didn't turn to look at me. "Thank God you're here," she whispered. "Watch carefully. Don't make any sudden movements." I approached cautiously, scanning the room for any signs of an intruder. Nothing seemed out of place. The windows were locked, the curtains drawn. As I drew closer to Margaret, I could see her reflection in the mirror, an exact duplicate, down to the slight tremor in her clasped hands. "Ma'am, can you tell me what's been happening?" "It started small," she said, her eyes never leaving the mirror. So small I thought I was imagining it. Just the tiniest lag when I would move, like watching a video feed with poor reception. But it got worse. The delay kept growing. And now, she swallowed hard. Now it's not stopping when I do. I studied the mirror carefully. It looked antique, with an elaborate silver frame covered in twisting vines and what appeared to be faces worked into the metalwork. Margaret's reflection stared back, perfectly mimicking her position. "I don't see any," I started to say, but Margaret cut me off. "Wait, watch. I'm going to raise my right hand very slowly. Keep your eyes on the mirror." She lifted her hand with agonizing slowness. Her reflection did the same. Then Margaret stopped. Her reflection didn't. The hand in the mirror continued rising for exactly 3 seconds after Margaret had gone still. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I blinked hard, convinced I was seeing things. But when I opened my eyes, the reality was even worse. Margaret's reflection was smiling. She wasn't. Jesus Christ, I breathed, instinctively reaching for my weapon. Don't! Margaret's voice was sharp with fear. Any sudden movements make it worse. The more agitated you become, the more it deviates. I forced myself to remain calm, though my heart was hammering against my ribs. How long has it been acting independently? About an hour. At first, it was just the delay. Then it started making tiny changes. A finger twitch here, a slight head tilt there. Things I couldn't be completely sure about. But now, she drew in a shaky breath. Now it's definitely doing things I'm not. And its face is wrong. I could see what she meant. While Margaret's expression was one of barely contained terror, her reflection's smile had grown wider. Too wide. The eyes in the mirror had a gleam that didn't match the flat overhead lighting of the bedroom. Mrs. Aldrich, I'm going to call for backup, and then we're going to get you out of here. I reached for my radio, keeping my eyes locked on the mirror. The reflection's head tilted slightly, though Margaret hadn't moved a muscle. Its smile widened further, revealing too many teeth. Dispatch, this is Unit 47. I'm going to need additional units at 1879 Stillwater Lane, and maybe contact Father Morrison at St. Augustine's. Copy that, Susan replied. What exactly are we dealing with, Deputy? I watched in horror as the reflection's eyes began to bleed, dark liquid welling up and spilling down its cheeks, while it maintained that impossible grin. I'm not entirely sure. Just tell them to hurry. They're saying something, Margaret whispered. Can you hear it? I strained my ears. At first there was nothing but the eternal ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs. Then I heard it. A sound like radio static, but forming patterns. Words, almost, but in no language I recognized. The reflection's mouth was moving now, completely independent of Margaret. Its teeth looked sharper than they had a moment ago. The bleeding eyes never blinked. Mrs. Aldrich, we need to leave. Now. Whatever this is, we can deal with it better if you're safe. She shook her head slightly. I tried that earlier. It didn't like that. What happened? I made it to the doorway, but when I looked back, it was climbing out of the frame. My blood ran cold. What do you mean, climbing out? Just what I said. It pulled itself up to the edge of the mirror, like there was water behind the glass, and started pushing through. That's when I sat back down, and it settled. The static voice was getting louder. The reflection's movements were becoming more pronounced, its head rotating at an angle that would have snapped a human neck. The blood from its eyes had reached its chin, dripping onto the nightgown that was now a deep crimson in the mirror, though Margaret's real nightgown remained pale blue. Unit 47, backup is en route. ETA 15 minutes. Father Morrison has been contacted. 15 minutes. We had to last 15 minutes with this thing. I tried to think rationally, to fall back on my training, but nothing in the academy had covered anything like this. The reflection was fully animated now, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by unseen strings. The mirror, I said suddenly. Where did it come from? Margaret's voice quavered. It was Herbert's, my husband's. Been in his family for generations. They brought it over from the old country sometime in the 1800s. He always said it was special, that it had properties. I thought he was just being superstitious. Did he ever mention anything specific? Any rules about using it or times when it acted strangely? He said never to look into it too long after midnight, and never to let it see you cry. I didn't understand what he meant. How can a mirror see anything? But now, the static suddenly resolved into words, horrible, guttural sounds that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The reflection's face was barely human now, the skin rippling and bubbling like hot wax. Its hands were pressed against the glass from the other side, the fingers elongated and jointed in impossible ways. "Margaret," it said, in a voice like grinding glass. "Margaret, Margaret, Margaret." She began to tremble. It's never said my name before. The hands were pushing harder now, and I swear I could see the glass beginning to bulge outward. The frame was vibrating, the silver tarnishing before our eyes, those decorative faces in the metalwork beginning to contort in agony. "Backup's still 10 minutes out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Mrs. Aldrich, I need you to listen to me very carefully. When I give the word, I want you to close your eyes and run for the door. Don't look back no matter what you hear. I'll be right behind you." "You don't understand," she whispered. "It's not just in this mirror anymore. Look." I followed her gaze to the windows. In the darkness beyond the glass, I could see our reflections. Both of them were standing, though we remained seated. Both of them were smiling that terrible smile. "Every reflective surface," Margaret continued. "It's spreading, like an infection." She was right. I could see distorted versions of us in the brass doorknob, the silver picture frames on the wall, even the face of my wristwatch. None of the reflections matched our positions anymore. All of them were moving, twitching, reaching. The static voice was coming from everywhere now, a deafening chorus of inhuman sounds. The temperature in the room had dropped so low I could see our breath, but the air felt thick and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. "Margaret," the thing in the vanity mirror said again, its voice clearer now. "We've missed you. Herbert sends his regards." At the mention of her late husband's name, Margaret let out a small sob. Immediately, every reflection snapped its head toward her, their smiles growing impossibly wider. "You're crying," they said in unison. "He told you never to let us see you cry." The glass of the vanity mirror began to crack, spiderweb patterns spreading from where the thing's hands pressed against it. Dark liquid began to seep through the fissures, but it wasn't reflecting anything in the room. It was coming from whatever was on the other side. "Unit 47, update your status," Susan's voice crackled from my radio. Before I could respond, every reflection spoke at once. "Unit 47, update your status." The sound was like a physical blow. Margaret screamed, breaking her paralysis at last. She lurched to her feet, and all hell broke loose. The vanity mirror shattered explosively, sending shards of glass flying across the room. But instead of falling, the pieces hung suspended in the air, each one containing a different version of the thing's face, all of them laughing. Dark liquid poured from the empty frame like a waterfall, but it flowed upward, defying gravity, forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Margaret's arm and yanking her toward the door. Every reflective surface we passed erupted with movement, hands reaching out, faces pressing against the glass, that horrible laughter echoing from everywhere at once. We made it to the hallway, but the photos on the wall had changed. Every smiling family portrait now showed the same twisted figure, multiplied dozens of times, all of them tracking our movement. The glass of each frame began to crack. Margaret stumbled on the stairs, and I barely caught her before she fell. Behind us, I heard the sound of breaking glass, followed by the wet slapping of something moving across the floor. I didn't look back. We hit the ground floor running. The grandfather clock in the foyer struck midnight, though my watch showed 3:27 a.m. With each chime, another mirror or window would shatter, adding more fragments to the swirling vortex of glass and darkness that was pursuing us. The thing's laughter had become deafening, drowning out everything except the sound of our own panicked breathing. We burst out the front door just as red and blue lights appeared at the end of the driveway. Backup had arrived, but as I looked at the cruiser's windshield, I could see the thing's reflection waiting inside, waving at us with those long, wrong fingers. "Stay in the vehicles," I shouted into my radio. "Don't look at any reflective surfaces." The cavalry had arrived in the form of 3 deputies and Father Morrison, the latter still wearing his pajamas under his coat. They took in our terrified expressions, then looked past us to the house. Every window was now illuminated from within by an otherworldly light that seemed to absorb darkness rather than dispel it. Father Morrison stepped forward, clutching his Bible and rosary. "How long has it been manifesting?" "About 4 hours," Margaret managed to gasp out. "It started in Herbert's mirror, but now it's everywhere. It wants something." "Yes," the priest said grimly. "It always does." He explained quickly that he'd encountered something similar before, though never this powerful. The mirror, it seemed, was a gateway of sorts, not just a reflection of our world, but a window into something else, something that had been watching us through every mirror, every pane of glass, every still pool of water, since the beginning of time. Usually the boundary between our world and theirs was solid, impassable, but certain objects like Herbert's mirror could wear thin spots in that barrier. And if you looked too long into such places, especially during the hours when the boundary was naturally weaker, like midnight, they started looking back. And if they saw you cry, it meant you were vulnerable. A crack in your armor that matched the crack in reality, giving them purchase, a way to begin pushing through. What followed was the longest night of my life. Father Morrison performed an exorcism that shook the foundations of reality itself. Standing on Margaret's front lawn, he began reciting prayers in Latin, his voice growing stronger with each word, despite the otherworldly screams that erupted from every reflective surface around us. The thing didn't go quietly. The windows of our patrol cars shattered simultaneously, raining glass that hung suspended in the air like deadly wind chimes. Each shard contained a different fragment of that terrible face, all of them screaming, laughing, crying blood that flowed upward against gravity. The very air felt wrong, like we were breathing syrup, and colors began to blur and shift in ways that made my head hurt. Margaret collapsed to her knees, covering her ears against the cacophony of voices, some calling her name, some speaking in tongues, others making sounds that human vocal cords couldn't possibly produce. One voice, deeper than the others, sounded disturbingly like her late husband Herbert. "Don't listen," I shouted, though my voice seemed to be swallowed by the chaos around us. "It's trying to trick you." The security camera above the front door exploded in a shower of sparks, its screen cracking to reveal dozens of tiny versions of the entity, all pressing against the glass from inside the digital display. Every phone in our pockets began to vibrate, screens lighting up with missed calls from numbers that were just strings of zeros. Father Morrison's prayers reached a crescendo, his rosary beads clicking together with supernatural speed. The temperature plummeted so rapidly that frost formed on the grass around our feet. spreading outward in patterns that looked unsettlingly like handprints. The fog that had blanketed the area all night began to coalesce into shapes, tall, spindly figures that lurched and twisted at the edges of our vision. Then Margaret screamed, a sound of pure anguish that cut through everything else. I turned to see her staring at her house, where every window now showed the same image. Herbert, as he must have looked in life, pressing his hands against the glass. But his face was wrong, stretched into that same impossible smile we'd seen in the mirror. "He's been with us all along, Margaret," the thing said, using Herbert's voice, but distorting it, making it echo and overlap with itself until it became a chorus of horror. "Looking through every mirror, every window, every photograph, waiting, watching, wanting to bring you over to our side." "That's not Herbert," Father Morrison declared, his voice carrying an authority that seemed to make the very air vibrate. "Your tricks won't work here, deceiver. You have no power over the truth of her love, the reality of her memories." The thing laughed, a sound like breaking glass mixed with radio static, and suddenly every reflective surface in sight filled with images from Margaret's life with Herbert. Their wedding day, family picnics, Christmas mornings, but all twisted, wrong. In each image, Herbert's face was slightly too wide, his smile too sharp, his eyes reflecting light like a cat's. "Are you sure?" the entity taunted. "Are you sure you remember things as they really were, Margaret? Look closely. We've been here all along, in every reflection, in every captured moment. Reality is so fluid, after all, so easy to reshape, to rewrite, to reimagine." I could see Margaret's resolve weakening, confusion and horror warring on her face as she stared at the corrupted images of her life. The thing was trying to make her doubt everything, to break down her understanding of reality itself. And it was working. That's when I had an idea. "The surveillance footage," I said suddenly, grabbing Margaret's shoulders. "The security camera caught everything that happened tonight, before it was corrupted. Real footage, digital recordings that show the truth." Father Morrison caught on immediately. "Yes, physical proof of the division between reality and reflection. Evidence that cannot be twisted or denied." The thing's laughter faltered for the first time. In every broken window, every shard of glass, its faces flickered like bad television reception. "Show us," Margaret demanded, her voice finding new strength. "Show us the footage from when the deputy arrived. Show us what really happened." I pulled out my phone, ignoring the screen that now showed an endless tunnel of laughing mouths, and accessed the house's security system through our department's emergency protocols. The footage was there, uncorrupted, showing exactly what had happened. Margaret sitting still while her reflection continued to move, proving beyond any doubt that the entity was separate from reality, that it had no claim on her memories or her life. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Every twisted image of Herbert vanished, replaced by the thing's true form, or at least what little of it our minds could comprehend. It was like looking at a tear in the fabric of reality, a wound in the world that leaked darkness and chaos. Father Morrison seized the moment, his prayers reaching a fever pitch. The rosary in his hands began to glow with a soft, warm light that seemed to push back the unnatural shadows. The suspended glass shards started to vibrate, each one emitting a high-pitched tone that combined into a deafening shriek. Margaret stood up, tears streaming down her face, but these were different tears, tears of relief and understanding rather than fear and doubt. "You never had him," she said firmly. You never had any of us. You're nothing but a reflection, a distortion, a lie." The thing screamed in 1,000 voices, its form becoming more fractured and unstable with each passing second. The glass shards began to fall, no longer under its control. The darkness pouring from the windows started to retreat, sucked back into whatever dimensional rift it had emerged from. In the vanity mirror upstairs, the origin point of this nightmare, there was a sound like a vacuum seal being broken. A final, massive surge of dark energy erupted from the house, and then silence. The fog dissipated, the frost melted. The broken glass lay inert on the ground, reflecting nothing but the normal, natural world. Father Morrison collapsed to his knees, exhausted but triumphant. The other deputies, who had maintained a perimeter throughout the ordeal, finally lowered their weapons. Margaret's house stood quiet and still, its windows now showing only the peaceful darkness of a normal October night. We had won, but victory brought more questions than answers. The cleanup and documentation took hours. Every mirror in the house was carefully removed and wrapped in consecrated cloth. The security footage was downloaded and secured as evidence, though I doubt it will ever see the light of day in any official capacity. Margaret agreed to stay with her daughter while a team of specialists from the diocese examined her home. Father Morrison explained that the entity would be weakened for a long time, unable to manifest so powerfully again in this area. But he warned us to be careful around mirrors, especially in those dark hours between midnight and dawn. "They're always watching," he said. "Usually they can't do more than watch, but sometimes, in the right conditions, with the right gateway." He didn't need to finish the thought. I submitted my official report the next morning, carefully worded to emphasize the mental health aspects of the call while omitting the more inexplicable elements. But Susan, my dispatcher, knew. She'd heard everything over the radio, including the sounds that no human throat could make. Margaret sold the house a month later, after the church had thoroughly cleansed it. She moved to Arizona to be closer to her family, somewhere bright and dry and modern, with few shadows for things to hide in. She emails me sometimes, keeping me updated on her life. She's doing well, all things considered, though she mentions that she's replaced all the mirrors in her new home with brushed steel. I've changed too. I keep my mirror time to a minimum these days. No more long glances while shaving or fixing my uniform. I've angled my rearview mirrors slightly off-center, just enough to see the traffic behind me, but never catching my own reflection. And I've started taking my coffee breaks somewhere other than Old Mill Road. The fog there seems darker now somehow, more purposeful. But the hardest part is knowing what I know now. That there's something else out there, watching us through every reflection, waiting for a chance to break through. That reality itself is thinner and more fragile than we imagine. That the boundary between our world and whatever lies beyond the mirrors is not as solid as we'd like to believe. Sometimes late at night when I'm on patrol, I'll catch a glimpse of movement in my periphery, a shadow that doesn't quite match its source, a reflection that lingers just a fraction of a second too long. And I wonder if that thing we encountered is still out there, searching for another way in, another mirror to corrupt, another soul to torment. Or worse, I wonder if it ever truly left at all. Because here's the thing about the security footage that still haunts me, the detail I left out of my official report. When we reviewed the tapes the next day, going frame by frame through the night's events, we found something disturbing in the final moments of the exorcism. Just before the camera exploded, In a single frame lasting only 1/30th of a second, every person present, Margaret, Father Morrison, my fellow deputies, and myself, cast reflections that didn't match our positions. And every single one of them was smiling that terrible, impossible smile. I keep a copy of that frame buried deep in a secured file. Sometimes, on nights when I'm feeling particularly brave or particularly foolish, I'll take it out and study it. The image quality isn't great. Security cameras rarely are. But it's clear enough to see that our reflections are all slightly wrong, slightly distorted, slightly other. And I swear, though I know it's impossible, the smiles in that image get just a little bit wider every time I look at them. So take my advice. Be careful around mirrors, especially after midnight. Don't look too long or too hard at your reflection. And if you ever notice it moving just a fraction of a second slower than you do, or smile just a little differently than you are, run. Because by the time you see them watching, it's usually too late. Wrong way, Charlie. Do you remember your very first best friend? I do. Midnight was giving birth in the closet at the end of the hall. The repeating pattern of deep growls and shrieks woke me. Kittens, I nearly shouted as I crawled down from the top bunk. My sister stirred on the bottom bed. I paused on the ladder, held my breath, hoped she wouldn't open her eyes. After a moment, she rolled onto her side and fell back into deep sleep. I was glad she didn't wake. I wanted the kitties all to myself. Midnight continued to scream. I cracked open my bedroom door and saw my parents kneeling in the hallway, peering into the closet. They noticed I was standing there and told me to get back in bed. But I want to make sure Midnight is okay, I protested. She was mine too. I should have been allowed to check on her. Dad refused to let me come out of the room. He said he would get me when it was over. Mom agreed with him. She said I was too little to watch. Too little? I was 4 years old and knew that babies came from a mommy's belly. Plus, I had been waiting forever to see the kittens. My parents weren't being fair. Please let me, I begged. I'll be good. Mom commanded me to go back to bed. I crossed my arms and shook my head. Dad threatened to spank me. I stomped my foot and cried, thinking a tantrum would make them understand that I was right, and they were wrong. Dad didn't care much for my new approach. He picked me up by the arm and carried me to my bed. He said to keep quiet, or else he would take the nightlight and lock me in the dark. It's not fair, I screamed, instantly regretting it. Dad squeezed my arm so tight that I began to cry for real. When he let go, I rubbed the spot, trying to make it look worse than it really was. He told me I was punished, then pulled the nightlight from the wall. No, don't, I cried out. Ignoring my pleads, Dad went back into the hall and slammed my door shut. I heard my sister sobbing from on the lower bed. I felt bad that she had to suffer for my mistake, so I climbed down and cuddled up next to her. I told her I was sorry. She was terrified of the dark, more so than I. But eventually she relaxed and fell back to sleep while holding my hand. I couldn't rest, though. Midnight's persistent shuddering cries and gargling noises kept me from closing my eyes. I stared into the black, waiting. It felt like forever. I'm not sure how it happened, but the next thing I remember is Mom waking my sister and me. Come see, she urged. The sunlight coming through the window lit up her smile. The kittens were tiny versions of Midnight, 8 of them in total. All the same jet black color, except for one. He had a speck of white fur above his nose with white front paws to match. That one period. That one was mine. I knew the moment I saw him. Dad said we could give them names. It wasn't an easy task, since they all looked the same. After several failed attempts to remember which was which, my sister decided the best thing to do was to call them Kitty Cat, but she was only 2 years old and pronounced it Ki-Ka. The oddball was the only exception. He was mine to name, so I named him Charlie. Charlie was more playful than the rest of the litter. Whenever my sister and I were allowed to pick them up, he would roll on his back to let us pet his belly. Sometimes he would try to suck on our fingers, mistaking them for a part of his mother. It never failed to make my sister laugh. And sometimes, when Midnight laid down in the box to feed them, he would get turned around, managing to walk away from her. Mom would pick him up, turn him in the right direction, and say, "You're going the wrong way, Charlie." Eventually, the kittens opened their eyes. My sister and I were allowed to play with them without supervision, but only if we stayed in the hallway. Dad said we weren't allowed to take them out of the closet because they were still too small to run free. We didn't mind. Sitting on the floor petting them was one of our favorite things to do, especially when Midnight fed them. Charlie was turning out to be the runt. He ate well, but he never latched on to Midnight like the others did. While they loved to pat at her stomach and purr, Charlie was always too busy going the wrong way. No matter how many times we picked him up and faced him in the right direction, sooner or later he would get turned around again. Time went on, and the kittens got bigger. They meowed whenever someone would walk down the hall, demanding us to stop and play. Sometimes they got up on their hind legs, just barely able to peek over edge of the box. One day, my sister yelled something about the kittens. Mom and I came running from the living room to see what all the fuss was about. Charlie was in the hall, on the outside of the box, trying to correct his mistake. He clawed at the cardboard, wanting to make his way back to the other side. He kept falling over, shaking himself, then trying again. It was funny. Feeling sorry for him, Mom picked him up, gave him a kiss, and sat him next to his brothers and sisters. "You went the wrong way, Charlie," she said. That was the first time Charlie broke out of jail, but not the last. He would make it over the edge, and either Midnight or Mom would grab him by the scuff of the neck, then toss him back into the box. It happened again and again. The whole family had to help keep him where he belonged. After a while, everyone got tired of dealing with his shenanigans. We officially changed his name to Wrong Way Charlie and let him have free reign of the hallway. Even Midnight stopped caring. All the other kittens were content to stay in the box, but Charlie came and went as he pleased. He never went far, though. Sometimes he would sneak a peek into my bedroom or into the bathroom, but that was the extent of his exploration. It was easy to forget that he was only a few weeks old and too frightened to venture into any of the rooms. The box and hallway was the only world that he knew, the only place he felt safe. A few days later, I woke to the sound of Grandma's voice coming from the living room. She was talking to my sister about making her a new dress. No one told me Grandma was coming over, I thought. Excited to see her, to see if she brought me a present, I jumped out of bed and ran down the hallway. I feel this soft crunch under my foot. What was that? I turned around to see what I had stepped on. Then I screamed. Wrong way. Charlie crawled toward me. The back half of him was crushed and twisted. Horrible sounds escaped from his small mouth. Meow. I continued to scream. Charlie was still trying to crawl toward me while making that resounding, awful sputter. His body trembled, and his little head twitched incessantly. Mom came running down the hall, my sister right behind her. Blood was everywhere, a trail of gore soaking into the carpet. All I heard was screaming, 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 screaming. It echoed down the hallway and throughout the years. Midnight leaped out of the closet and ran toward me. Wide-eyed, she hissed and swatted, then lapped at the blood flowing from Charlie's gaping mouth. Grandma grabbed a hold of me, held me close. My sister pressed her face into Grandma's side so she wouldn't have to see. Mom and Charlie were still screaming, still making those appalling noises. I couldn't tell them apart. "It's still alive," Mom wailed. "It's still alive. Oh my God, what do I do?" Though Grandma tried to protect me, I couldn't look away. Charlie was crying in agony. The look on his little face said, "Why is this happening to me? What have I done? Make it stop. Please, please make it stop." "You have to kill it," Grandma shouted, angry. "Put the thing out of its misery, for Christ's sake." Mom ran into the living room and turned the corner. I heard a drawer in the kitchen pulled open, then slammed shut. She came running back, hammer in hand. "Eeeeee!" Mom shrieked. She pounded the hammer down on Charlie's head over and over and over again while midnight attacked her, trying to protect the kitten. And yet Charlie still crawled toward me, gurgling, "Me, Meeg." Midnight kept scratching and hissing. Mom kicked her away and brought the hammer down again. After the 5th or 6th drop, Charlie finally stopped making the awful noises. Chunks of his skull and brain littered the hallway. It was hours later before I calmed down enough to understand what had happened. Mom told me that it was okay. Dad said it wasn't my fault. They said these things as they cleaned up the mess that used to be Charlie. But it wasn't okay, and it was my fault. My kitten got hurt because of me. If I hadn't been running, my Charlie would be alive. I killed him. Plus. Charlie was my first best friend, my first responsibility, and my first introduction to death. He'll always be with me, even now, after all these years. Every time I walk down a fucking hallway, I see wrong way. Charlie's mangled little body crawling toward me, the haunted doll. The doll's eyes haunted me before I even knew its story. They were glassy, unsettling, and seemed to follow me as I browsed the tables of trinkets and antiques at the garage sale. I'm no stranger to collecting oddities, items with history, pieces that seem to whisper tales of a bygone era. This doll, however, was different. It was exquisite, its porcelain face delicately painted, its dress made of faded lace, and its hair curled in a way that hinted at meticulous craftsmanship. Yet there was something unnerving about it that I couldn't place. When I asked the seller how much she wanted for it, her eyes widened. She stammered out a price so low that I couldn't help but feel suspicious. I need it gone," she murmured almost too quietly to hear. For someone who seemed desperate, she hesitated for a long moment before handing it over, her fingers trembling slightly as they brushed mine. That night, I set the doll on the shelf in my study. It was a prominent spot, surrounded by other antiques, but it felt like the doll demanded to be there, almost as if it had chosen its place among my collection. I worked late that evening, sorting through papers for an upcoming project. The faint ticking of a nearby clock was the only sound until my phone rang. I glanced at the screen. No caller ID. Hesitating, I answered. Nothing. Just static. Then faintly, as if from a great distance, a sound like laughter, childlike, high-pitched, and fleeting. I hung up, shook off the unease creeping up my spine, and returned to my work. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the memory of that sound. The next few days were uneventful, or at least I convinced myself they were. The lights in my study flickered every so often, but it was an old house, prone to quirks and electrical issues. The doll's presence, however, felt heavier. It wasn't just its physical weight. It seemed to occupy space in a way that was impossible to ignore. Every time I entered the room, my eyes were drawn to it, its gaze almost magnetic. One morning I woke to find it had moved. At first I thought I was mistaken. It had been on the shelf the night before, but now it sat at the foot of my bed. Its lifeless glass eyes stared directly into mine, and one porcelain hand was extended, its finger pointed accusingly at my chest. My breath hitched and my heart raced. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had moved it and forgotten. Maybe someone else had, though I lived alone. I placed it back on the shelf that morning, determined to put the incident out of my mind. Still, I couldn't help but notice the growing sense of dread that seemed to radiate from the doll. It was as if the air around it had grown colder, heavier, more oppressive. The breaking point came 3 nights later. I was jolted awake by the unmistakable sound of laughter. It was faint but clear, echoing through the otherwise silent house. My bedroom door creaked open on its own, and I swear I saw a shadow dart across the hallway. Trembling, I grabbed a flashlight and crept downstairs to the study. The doll wasn't on the shelf. I found it sitting on my desk, its head tilted slightly as if it were studying me. Its expression seemed almost mocking now, its delicate features twisted into something sinister. My instincts screamed at me to destroy it, but I hesitated. I couldn't bring myself to act. Instead, I grabbed a blanket from the couch and spent the night huddled in the living room, unable to close my eyes. The next morning, I took the doll to the local church. The priest was a kind man, someone I had spoken to a few times before, and I hoped he could offer a solution. As I explained the events, his expression grew grim. When I placed the doll on the table before him, he refused to touch it. "This isn't something we can help with," he said, his voice low and steady. "You need to get rid of it." "What do you mean?" I asked, panic rising. "Burn it? Throw it away?" He shook his head. "It's not that simple. Be careful how you proceed." Desperate, I decided to bury the doll in my backyard. I dug a deep hole beneath the gnarled oak tree at the edge of the property, placed the doll inside, and covered it with soil. For a moment I felt relief, as if I had finally rid myself of the strange and terrible presence that had invaded my life. That night, I slept peacefully for the first time in days. But it didn't last. The faint laughter returned, drifting through the house in the early hours of the morning. It was accompanied by the sound of small, deliberate footsteps. When I investigated, I found nothing out of place, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A week later, I noticed a patch of earth beneath the oak tree that seemed disturbed, as if something had clawed its way out. I refused to go near it, convinced that acknowledging it would give whatever malevolent force inhabited the doll more power. Since then, my nights have been plagued by nightmares, visions of the doll standing at the foot of my bed, its hand pointing at me, its glassy eyes filled with malice. Sometimes I wake to find faint scratches on my arms, marks that weren't there when I went to sleep. I've tried everything: burning sage, consulting psychics, even moving the bed away from the window. Nothing works. The doll's presence is relentless. its influence seeping into every corner of my life. I've become paranoid, jumpy, and reclusive. Friends and family have noticed the change, but how can I explain it to them without sounding insane? I'm writing this now as a warning to anyone who might come across an object that feels wrong. Trust your instincts. Don't let curiosity or the allure of a bargain blind you to the danger. Some things are better left alone, their histories buried and forgotten. The laughter is louder tonight, and the shadows seem to move on their own. I know it's only a matter of time before the doll returns. Maybe it never really left. All I can do now is wait and hope that my story serves as a cautionary tale. If you hear faint laughter in the night, or feel a chill that has no explanation, don't ignore it. It might already be too late for me, but maybe it isn't for you. The echo chamber. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back. My job as a sound engineer at Whispering Pines Recording Studio was simple enough. Maintain the equipment, assist with recording sessions, and ensure the acoustics remained perfect in our prized echo chamber. The chamber was an architectural marvel from the 1960s, a specially designed concrete room 3 stories underground, where we could capture the most pristine natural reverb for our recordings. The thing about echo chambers is that they're designed to make sounds repeat, to take a single note and transform it into something longer, deeper, more complex. But they're not supposed to create new sounds. They're not supposed to remember. I first noticed it during a late-night session with a local indie band. We were recording backing vocals, sending them through the chamber for that otherworldly echo effect, when I heard something odd in my headphones. Between the vocalist's phrases, in that split second of silence, there was something else. A whisper so faint I almost missed it. I adjusted the levels, thinking it must be some kind of technical glitch or ambient noise bleeding through. But when I isolated the chamber feed and played it back, there it was again. A voice, barely audible, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. Did anyone else hear that? I asked the band, but they just shrugged, eager to wrap up the session and head home. I made a mental note to check the equipment in the morning and tried to put it out of my mind. That night, alone in my apartment, I couldn't sleep. Something about that whisper kept nagging at me. I'd been working with sound for 15 years, and I'd never heard anything quite like it. It wasn't an artifact of the recording process or environmental noise. It had seemed deliberate. The next day I arrived early to run some tests. I set up a simple recording, just me speaking a few words into a microphone, fed through the chamber. Testing 1, 2, 3. Simple enough. When I played it back, my blood ran cold. Between testing and 1, clear as day. Help us. I nearly knocked over my chair, scrambling to check the waveform on my computer screen. There it was, a distinct spike of audio between my words, exactly where I'd heard the voice. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. Over the next week, I became obsessed. I spent every spare moment running tests, recording different sounds through the chamber, analyzing the results. The voices became clearer, more frequent. Sometimes they were whispers, sometimes crying, sometimes just breathing, but they were always there, hiding in the spaces between other sounds. I started researching the history of Whispering Pines. The studio had been built in 1964 on the site of an old industrial complex. Before that, the land had belonged to a psychiatric hospital that closed under mysterious circumstances in the 1940s. The more I dug, the more unsettling details I uncovered. The hospital had specialized in experimental treatments for severe mental illness, electroshock therapy, insulin comas, ice baths, all the barbaric cures that were in vogue at the time. But there were rumors of other experiments, unofficial ones, conducted in the basement levels. Patients who were checked in, but never checked out. Screams in the night that the staff were told to ignore. When the hospital finally closed, dozens of patients were simply unaccounted for. Their records disappeared. Their families were told they had been transferred, and eventually they were forgotten. The buildings were demolished, new ones were built, and life went on. But what if they weren't all gone? What if something of them remained, trapped in that underground space where our echo chamber now stood? The thought kept me awake at night, staring at my ceiling, remembering all the times I'd been alone in that room, feeling like someone was watching me from the shadows. I knew I should tell someone, but who would believe me? The studio owner would think I was having a mental breakdown. The other engineers would laugh it off. I needed proof, undeniable evidence that something impossible was happening in that room. So I set up an experiment. I cleared my schedule for an entire night and set up multiple recording devices in the chamber. High-end microphones, digital recorders, even an old analog tape machine. I wanted to capture whatever was happening from every possible angle. At midnight, I started recording. The plan was simple: complete silence for hours, broken only by a single spoken word every 30 minutes. I would give the voices plenty of space to manifest, plenty of quiet in which to speak. The first few hours were uneventful. My periodic words, Mark at 12:30, Mark at 1 cow, Mark at 1:30, echoed normally through the chamber and faded to silence. But as the night wore on, things began to change. It started subtly. The silence between my marks began to feel different, heavier somehow. The air in the chamber grew thick and cold, despite the climate control system. And then, at exactly 3:17 a.m., everything changed. My mark at 3 was still echoing faintly when I heard it, a sound like dozens of whispers overlapping, growing louder and clearer with each repetition. I could make out words now, fragments of phrases. Still here. They left us. In the walls. Help us. The voices were coming from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing off the walls in impossible patterns. The temperature dropped so rapidly I could see my breath. My recording equipment began to malfunction, meters spiking into the red despite the fact that the room should have been silent. And then I saw them. In the dim red light of the recording equipment, shadows began to peel themselves from the walls. Human shapes, distorted and wrong, flowing like smoke, but moving with purpose. They filled the room, surrounding me, their whispers growing to a deafening roar. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could only watch as they pressed closer, their features becoming clearer, hollow eyes, gaping mouths, faces twisted in eternal anguish. These were the forgotten ones, the lost patients, trapped between worlds in this acoustically perfect prison. One of them reached for me with hands that were more suggestion than substance. I felt an icy touch on my skin, and suddenly my mind was flooded with images. Sterile halls, restraints, pain, screaming, darkness, endless darkness. I don't remember running, don't remember climbing the stairs or driving home. I came to my senses sitting in my shower, fully clothed, hot water beating down on me as I shook uncontrollably. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't face that room again, not after what I'd seen. but I knew I had to review the recordings. Had to know if I'd captured any evidence of what happened, or if I was simply losing my mind. Most of the equipment had malfunctioned. The digital recorders showed corrupted files, the cameras had shut down, the meters were fried. But the old analog tape machine, built like a tank in the 1970s, had kept running through everything. With trembling hands, I began to digitize the tape. For the first few hours, everything was normal, just my periodic mark and the expected echoes. But at 3:17 a.m., something changed. The tape captured hundreds of voices, layered and distorted, speaking in unison. We are the echoes that never fade, the ones they tried to silence. We are trapped in these walls, in this perfect acoustic prison, repeating and repeating and repeating. Join us, stay with us, become part of the endless echo. I destroyed the tape immediately after transferring it, threw it in my fireplace and watched it melt, along with my letter of resignation from Whispering Pines. Some sounds aren't meant to be recorded. Some echoes should be allowed to fade. But here's the thing about echoes. Once you create them, they never really go away. They just get softer and softer until you can't hear them anymore. But they're still there, bouncing between molecules of air, too faint for human ears to detect. I've tried to move on, found a new job at a different studio across the country, but sometimes in the dead of night, I still hear them. In the space between heartbeats, in the pause between breaths, I hear those whispers, and I know they're still there, in that perfect room 3 stories underground, waiting for someone else to listen. The new sound engineer at Whispering Pines is young, eager, ambitious. Last week she called me asking about some odd sounds she'd been hearing in the echo chamber. Some weird artifacts showing up in her recordings around 3:17 a.m. I told her it was probably just equipment interference, told her not to worry about it, told her everything was fine. But I know what's happening. The echoes are starting again. The cycle continues, and somewhere in that acoustically perfect room, the forgotten ones are still whispering, still waiting, still hoping that someone will finally hear their story and set them free. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back, but by then, it was already too late. It's always too late. Because here's the real horror of it all. I'm not sure I ever really left that room. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see something different in my reflection. Something hollow. Something that echoes. And I wonder if maybe, just maybe, I became part of their endless repetition. Another voice in the chorus of the forgotten, echoing forever in that perfect acoustic prison. So if you ever find yourself in a recording studio late at night, and you hear something strange in the spaces between sounds, don't listen too carefully. Don't try to make out the words. Because once you start listening to the echoes, they start listening back. And they never ever stop. The story you've just listened was found as a digital file on a corrupted hard drive recovered from Whispering Pines recording studio after it mysteriously burned down last month. The fire started in the echo chamber, 3 stories underground, at exactly 3:17 a.m. Investigators found no traces of the chamber's concrete walls in the rubble. In fact, according to the original building plans, that section of the building never had a basement at all. The author of this account remains missing. The only clue to their whereabouts was a single audio file attached to the document. 7 seconds of absolute silence, followed by what experts describe as hundreds of overlapping voices, whispering a single phrase, another perfect echo. If you've read this far, you might want to check the time. Is it getting close to 3:17 a.m.? Do you hear something in the silence? A whisper? An echo? Listen carefully. We're waiting for you. We're all waiting for you. The yellow fog. The first thing I noticed when I arrived at St. Augustine's Artists' Commune wasn't the converted church's imposing Gothic spires, or the way its weather-darkened stone seemed to absorb the weak autumn light. It was the smell, an earthy, almost sweet decay that reminded me of compost and something else I couldn't quite place. I would later learn that the surrounding woods were famous for their mushrooms, but at that moment, standing in the perpetual drizzle with my suitcase and art supplies, the scent only made me wonder if I'd made a mistake accepting the residency. Marion Blackwood? A tall woman with silver-streaked hair emerged from behind the heavy wooden doors. I'm Diana Winthrop, the director. We spoke on the phone. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she gestured for me to follow her inside. You're just in time for evening meditation. We ring the bells at sunset. The interior was darker than I expected, despite the rows of tall windows. Maybe it was the weather, that strange yellow-tinted fog that had followed me for the last few miles of my drive, or maybe it was the way the old church seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. My boots echoed on the stone floor as Diana led me past what must have been the nave, now subdivided into individual studio spaces by hanging canvas partitions. Your studio is in the north transept, Diana said, her voice carrying that particular New England crispness that made everything sound like a gentle criticism. You'll find all the basic supplies, though I see you've brought your own. She glanced at my wrapped canvases with what might have been disapproval. I clutched my favorite brushes closer to my chest. Handmade sable that had cost 3 months' rent but were worth every penny for the way they seemed to anticipate my movements, extending my intent directly onto the canvas. I prefer to use my own tools, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was something about Diana that made me feel like I was back in art school, defending my thesis to a particularly unimpressed committee. Of course, she replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. We find that true artists can create with anything, but comfort is important for beginners. Before I could protest that I was hardly a beginner, I had a moderately successful gallery show just last year, a sound cut through the air that made my spine stiffen. It wasn't quite a bell, though that's what Diana had called it. It was deeper, more resonant, like someone had struck a massive tuning fork. The vibration seemed to travel through the stone floor and up into my bones. Ah, right on time, Diana said, checking her watch. 4:45. We keep to a strict schedule here. You'll learn to appreciate the routine. She turned to me with that same not-quite smile. Would you like to settle in first, or join us for meditation? My head was starting to ache, either from the drive or that strange bell tone that seemed to linger in the air. I think I'll unpack, I said. It was a long trip. As you wish. Was that disappointment in her voice? The others will be eager to meet you at dinner. We've heard so much about your unique perspective on sacred geometry. I watched her walk away, her footsteps impossibly quiet on the stone floor, and tried to remember if I'd mentioned sacred geometry in my application. I didn't think I had. My work dealt primarily with organic forms, particularly mushrooms and their mycelial networks. I'd been fascinated by their hidden connections ever since I'd found that fairy ring in my parents' backyard as a child. My assigned studio space was smaller than I'd expected, but the north-facing windows would provide good light, assuming the sun ever broke through the fog. Someone had already set up an easel and a basic set of supplies, student-grade acrylics, synthetic brushes, the kind of materials I hadn't used since undergraduate studies. but it was the canvas that drew my attention. A large square piece, already primed and stretched, positioned precisely in the center of the easel. I stepped closer, frowning. The surface wasn't completely white. In the dim light, I could make out faint lines, geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I tried to focus on them. They reminded me of the growth patterns of certain fungi, the way they spread underground in perfect mathematics. "Oh, don't mind that." The voice behind me made me jump. A young man stood in the doorway, pale and thin with dark circles under his eyes that looked almost like bruises. "Sometimes the old works bleed through. I'm James, by the way. Studio next door." "Marion," I said, trying to calm my racing heart. "What do you mean, bleed through?" James shrugged, a jerky movement that reminded me of a puppet on strings. "This place has history. Art has memory. You'll see." He glanced over his shoulder, then leaned in closer. His breath smelled of earth and copper. "Just don't try to paint over them. It doesn't work. Trust me." Before I could ask what he meant, another bell tone filled the air, different from the first, higher, almost piercing. James straightened up as if pulled by invisible wires. "That's the second call. You should come to meditation. It helps with the dreams." "What dreams?" But he was already gone, his footsteps silent despite the stone floor. I turned back to the canvas, but in the fading light I couldn't make out the patterns anymore. Just white space, waiting to be filled. I spent the next hour unpacking, trying to arrange my space into something that felt like mine. The studio had a small attached bedroom, more of a cell really, with just enough room for a narrow bed and a dresser. The bathroom was shared down the hall. As I hung my clothes in the tiny closet, I noticed a faint discoloration on the wall behind it, spreading up from the baseboard like watercolor blooming on wet paper. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, it almost looked like it was moving. The third bell came just as I was setting up my paints. This one was different again, deeper than the first, but with harmonics that made my teeth ache. I had to grip the edge of the table until it passed, leaving behind a ringing in my ears and a metallic taste in my mouth. Dinner, it turned out, was served in what must have been the church's refectory, a long, narrow room with a vaulted ceiling that made every clink of cutlery echo. There were 12 other residents, I learned, though only 8 were at dinner that night. The others are deep in their work, Diana explained from her place at the head of the table. We don't disturb the process once it really takes hold. The food was simple but strange, mushroom soup that tasted both familiar and wrong somehow, and bread that had an odd yellow tinge to it. I found myself eating more than I meant to, though I wasn't particularly hungry. There was something compelling about the flavor, something that made me want to analyze it, break it down to its components. "It's the local fungi," said the woman next to me. Sarah, I thought her name was, though everyone had been introduced too quickly for me to keep track. "They have unique properties, perfect for artistic inspiration." She smiled, and I noticed a faint yellow stain at the corner of her mouth. Diana forages them herself. I looked down at my bowl, suddenly less hungry. I didn't know mushrooms could be that color naturally. "Oh, nothing about them is natural," James said from across the table. "That's what makes them." He cut off abruptly as Diana cleared her throat. "Perhaps we should discuss your work, Marion," Diana said smoothly. "We're all very interested in your process." The way she said process made it sound like an accusation. I took a sip of water, trying to wash away the lingering taste of the soup. I work primarily with organic forms, I began, falling into my usual artist statement. I'm interested in the hidden connections between things, the networks that exist just below the surface. Yes, yes, Diana interrupted. But what are you really looking for? The question caught me off guard. I'm not sure what you mean. Nobody comes to St. Augustine's by accident, Sarah said, her voice soft but intense. We're all searching for something, the truth beneath the truth, the pattern behind the pattern. I'm just here to work, I said. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. There was something else, something that had drawn me to this place when I saw the residency listing. Something about the way the application had seemed to read my thoughts before I had them. Of course you are, Diana said, that not quite smile again. And work you shall, starting tomorrow. The morning bell rings at sunrise. That night I dreamed of mushrooms. They pushed up through the floorboards of my small room, pale and pulsing with their own inner light. In the dream, I watched them grow, fascinated by their geometric perfection. They formed patterns, circles, spirals, complex fractals that seemed to contain infinite depth. I wanted to paint them, to capture their impossible mathematics, but when I reached for my brushes, they squirmed in my hand like living things. I woke to the first bell of morning, my sheets damp with sweat despite the chill in the room. The dream clung to me like cobwebs, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw faint circles on the floor, glowing in the pre-dawn light. But when I blinked, they were gone. The fog was thicker than ever, pressing against the windows like something alive. Its yellow tint seemed stronger in the morning light, giving everything a jaundiced, sickly cast. I dressed quickly, shivering. The heat didn't seem to work properly in this part of the building, and made my way to the bathroom. The mirrors were all covered with cloth. When I tried to pull one down, I found it had been nailed in place. We find reflections distracting, said a voice behind me. I turned to see an older man I didn't remember from dinner. His eyes were the same yellow as the fog. Best to focus inward here. That's where the truth lies. I nodded as if this made perfect sense and hurried back to my studio. The canvas was waiting for me, those faint geometric patterns more visible in the morning light. They seemed to pulse slightly, like a heartbeat, though I told myself it must be a trick of the light. I set up my paints, laying out my brushes with careful precision. They were my touchstone, my connection to the real world of galleries and critics and normal artistic concerns. I picked up my favorite, the finest sable for detail work, and turned to the canvas. The patterns were gone. The surface was pristine white, as if newly primed. But when I moved my head slightly, I could see them again, just at the edge of my vision, like after images from staring at the sun. They do that, James said from the doorway. I hadn't heard him approach. They hide themselves until they're ready to be seen, like mushrooms before they fruit. There's nothing there, I said firmly, more to convince myself than him. It's just a blank canvas. He made that puppet jerk shrug again. If you say so. But you might want to try working with them instead of fighting them. It's easier that way. Less painful. Before I could ask what he meant, the second bell rang. This time the sound seemed to have color, a deep, pulsing yellow that matched the fog. I closed my eyes, but I could still see it behind my eyelids, forming those same geometric patterns I'd seen on the canvas. Time for morning meditation, James said. His voice sounded distant, as if coming through water. You should come. It helps with the adjustment. I wanted to refuse, to stay in my studio and start working on something normal, a still life maybe, or some preliminary sketches. But my feet were already moving, following James down the corridor to what had once been the church's main sanctuary. The other residents were already there, sitting in a circle on cushions. Diana stood in the center, holding something that looked like a bell, but wasn't quite. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, its surface seemed to ripple and flow. "Ah, Marian," she said, "I'm glad you decided to join us. Please sit. We were just about to begin today's visualization." I sat between James and Sarah, trying to ignore the way the floor seemed to pulse beneath me. Diana struck the not-quite bell, and the sound filled the space like liquid light. I felt it in my bones, in my teeth, behind my eyes. "Close your eyes," Diana instructed, "and look for the patterns. They're always there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be found." I closed my eyes, but I could still see geometric forms spinning and multiplying, mushrooms growing in perfect Fibonacci spirals, mycelial networks spreading like neural pathways. They were beautiful, terrifying, true. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty except for Diana. The quality of light suggested hours had passed, though it couldn't have been more than minutes. Could it? "How do you feel?" Diana asked, helping me to my feet. My legs were stiff, as if I'd been sitting for much longer than a morning meditation. I tried to find words for the images still dancing behind my eyes. "I saw—" "Yes," she said. "You did. And now you're ready to begin your real work." I stumbled back to my studio, my head swimming with visions. The canvas was waiting for me, but it wasn't blank anymore. The patterns were clear now, impossible to ignore. They wanted to be painted, needed to be painted. I picked up my brush, my beautiful, expensive sable brush, and dipped it in yellow paint that I didn't remember mixing. The bristles writhed against my fingers like tiny tentacles, but that was fine. That was right. They knew what they wanted to paint, and I was just the vehicle. The work poured out of me like fever dreams. I painted mushrooms that grew in impossible geometries, their gills reflecting infinite recursions of themselves. I painted networks of mycelia that spelled out truths in mathematical languages I shouldn't have been able to understand. I painted the yellow fog as it really was, not weather at all, but the visible manifestation of something vast and patient and hungry. I painted until my brushes wore down to nubs, their sable bristles falling out like shed skin. I painted until my fingers bled, and then I painted with that too, because the patterns demanded red now, needed that iron-copper brightness to complete their equations. The bells rang, and I painted their sound. Diana brought me soup that tasted of secrets, and I painted its flavor. Sarah sat with me sometimes, whispering about the truth beneath the truth, and I painted her words in spirals that ate themselves. I don't know how long it's been. Time moves strangely here, measured only by the bells and the growth of mushrooms through the floorboards. Real ones now, not dreams. They glow with their own light just as I knew they would, and their patterns match exactly what I've painted. My newest brush is made from James's hair. He offered it himself after his own work was complete. I saw his final piece yesterday, or maybe last week, a masterwork of sacred geometry that had somehow captured the sound of all three bells combined. He won't need his hair anymore, he said. Where he's going, he won't need anything at all. I understand now why the mirrors are covered. We don't need to see our reflections to know how we've changed. I can feel the mushrooms growing inside me, their mycelia threading through my brain in perfect, beautiful patterns. Soon, my work will be complete too. I'm writing this because I found my old phone while looking for more red paint. It still works, though the screen keeps showing me geometric patterns that I need to paint right now. But I wanted to record this first, to explain to whoever finds it why I had to accept the residency, why I had to paint the truth, why we all did. The third bell is ringing. The yellow fog is very thick now, and the mushrooms are so beautiful, geometry made flesh, mathematics made real. Diana says I'm almost ready. One last painting, she says. One final pattern to complete the sequence. I can see it now, growing behind my eyes. It's so perfect, so true. I just need a little more red paint. The Archivist's Burden. The first photograph appeared on my desk on a Tuesday morning in October. I remember the exact moment because I had just finished cataloging a collection of Civil War letters, my specialty as head archivist at the Whitmore Historical Society. The photograph shouldn't have been remarkable. A black and white portrait of a young woman circa 1940s, her eyes downcast and hands folded primly in her lap. But something about it made my skin crawl. I've spent 20 years handling historical artifacts, learning to read the stories they tell beyond their physical presence. This photograph felt wrong. Not damaged or fraudulent. I've encountered plenty of those. But wrong in a way that defied professional explanation. The woman's pose was too still, her shadow too dark against the backdrop. And her hands. I could have sworn they were in a slightly different position each time I looked away and back. "Margaret?" I called out to my assistant but received no response. Right. She had taken a personal day. I was alone in the archive's basement office, surrounded by climate-controlled storage rooms and the gentle hum of dehumidifiers. I checked our acquisition records but found no entry for the photograph. This wasn't entirely unusual. We sometimes received anonymous donations through our mail slot. I created a new entry following standard cataloging procedure. My hands trembled slightly as I measured the photograph's dimensions. 8x 10 inches, standard size. The paper was period appropriate, showing expected signs of age. When I looked up from my notes, there was a second photograph on my desk. I froze, pen hovering above paper. This one showed the same woman, but from a different angle. Her head was turned slightly to the right, and though her eyes were still downcast, a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. The shadow behind her had grown larger, spreading across the backdrop like an ink stain. I am not a fanciful person. My profession demands rigorous attention to detail and skepticism toward unprovable claims. I've debunked countless stories of haunted artifacts and cursed heirlooms. But in that moment, I felt something I hadn't experienced since childhood, pure, irrational terror. I forced myself to remain calm and logical. Someone must have placed the second photograph there while I was distracted with cataloging. But I hadn't heard footsteps on the creaking floorboards. Hadn't felt the characteristic draft when the basement door opened. The phone on my desk rang, making me jump. I answered with hands that were definitely shaking now. Whitmore Historical Society. This is Daniel speaking. Static crackled on the line. Through it I heard what sounded like an old recording of orchestral music, the kind played on a phonograph. A woman's voice, distant and distorted. "Have you seen them yet?" "I'm sorry. Who is this?" "The collection needs to be complete." The music grew louder, brass instruments distorting into something that sounded like screaming. "She's been waiting so long." The line went dead. When I looked back at my desk, there were 4 photographs. In the third, the woman's head was raised, but her face was obscured by shadow. The fourth showed her standing, her dress rippling as if caught in a breeze, though the backdrop remained perfectly still. The shadow behind her had taken on a vaguely human shape, reaching toward her with elongated fingers. I should have left, should have walked out of that basement and never returned. But archivists have a duty to preserve history, to maintain order in the face of chaos. And beneath my fear was a familiar, scholarly curiosity. Who was this woman? What was the significance of these photographs? How were they appearing on my desk? I began to research. The woman's clothing and hairstyle suggested the photographs were taken between 1943 and 1945. The backdrop and lighting setup matched the style of Marcus Sullivan, a photographer who operated a studio in downtown Whitmore during that period. Sullivan was known for his innovative techniques and had a particular interest in capturing movement in still photographs. He also disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1945, leaving behind a fully equipped studio but no traces of his work. The police investigation found all of his photographs and negatives had been destroyed, the ashes still warm in his fireplace when they arrived. As I read the newspaper archive's account of Sullivan's disappearance, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The article mentioned his last known client, Miss Eleanor Reed, age 23, who sat for a portrait session on the morning of Sullivan's disappearance. When questioned, Miss Reed claimed to have no memory of the session, though multiple witnesses saw her enter the studio. She was cleared of any involvement, but suffered a nervous breakdown and was institutionalized 2 weeks later. I looked up from the microfilm reader. 8 photographs now covered my desk. In each successive image, the woman, Eleanor, was closer to the camera. Her smile had widened into something that stretched too far across her face. The shadow behind her had resolved into a dark figure that exactly matched her pose, like a 3-dimensional silhouette trying to peel itself away. The air in the basement felt thick, heavy with the scent of photographic chemicals. The humming of the dehumidifiers had taken on a rhythmic quality that reminded me of the orchestral music from the phone call. I reached for the newest photograph with trembling fingers. The moment I touched it, every light in the basement flickered and died, leaving only the red glow of the emergency exit signs. In that crimson illumination, I saw that the photographs had changed. Eleanor was looking directly at the camera now, her eyes wide and pleading. The shadow figure had wrapped its arms around her waist, its head inclined toward her neck. And then, in the darkness between one emergency light and the next, I heard it, the whir and click of a camera shutter, again and again. Each sound brought a burst of phantom flashbulb light that burned after images into my vision. When my eyes adjusted, the photographs had multiplied. They covered my desk, spilled onto the floor, plastered themselves across the walls. Hundreds of Eleanors stared at me, their expressions progressing from fear to resignation to something else entirely. In each image, the shadow figure grew more substantial, more real, while Eleanor became increasingly transparent, like a double exposure slowly fading away. The temperature plummeted. My breath fogged in the air as I stumbled backward, knocking over a stack of archival boxes. The crash echoed through the basement, but beneath it, I heard something else. The scratch of a phonograph needle, followed by that distant orchestral music. The collection must be complete. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, Eleanor's and not Eleanor's, a chorus of whispers that made my teeth ache. The emergency lights flickered faster now, strobe-like bursts that transformed the basement into a makeshift darkroom. In those fractional seconds of illumination, I saw them. Figures stepping out of the photographs, Eleanor and her shadow multiplied into a crowd of identical pairs. They moved with jerky, stop-motion precision, like subjects in an early motion study. With each step, the shadow figures grew more solid while the Eleanors became increasingly ghost-like. I ran for the stairs, but they were blocked by a wall of photographs that hadn't been there moments before. Each one showed the same scene, the basement, from every conceivable angle, with me at the center. And in every image, standing just behind me, was a shadow that didn't match my pose. The whirring of camera shutters reached a deafening crescendo. The emergency lights exploded in a shower of sparks and glass. In the total darkness that followed, I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, like fingers made a photographic negative. "Your turn," Eleanor's voice whispered, her breath like chemical fixer against my ear. "The artist needs new subjects." The last thing I saw before the flashbulb went off was my own shadow, standing 3 feet away, smiling back at me. They found me the next morning when Margaret came into work. I was sitting at my desk, apparently cataloging a collection of photographs that didn't exist. The doctors called it a psychotic break brought on by prolonged isolation and archival gases. They said I was lucky. Most of the other victims of the Whitmore photography incident didn't survive their encounters. I've been in this institution for 3 months now. The medication helps with the tremors, but nothing can erase what I saw, what I became. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, my reflection moves a fraction of a second too late. My shadow falls in impossible directions, no matter where the light source is, and the photographs keep appearing. On my bedside table, under my pillow, tucked into my case file. Always the same progression, always ending with a new subject. The collection grows, one portrait at a time. I know how this story ends. I've seen it play out in silver halide and shadow, frozen in countless variations. The artist is patient. The camera is always watching. And somewhere in that basement archive, in a box that can't be found but can't be destroyed, the negatives are waiting to be developed. Here's the truth I've learned too late. Some histories shouldn't be preserved. Some stories are meant to fade away, like old photographs left in sunlight. But art is permanent, and shadows never truly disappear. They just find new subjects to cast them. I have to go now. The orderly is here with my medication, but his shadow is walking in the wrong direction. And I swear I can hear very faintly the sound of orchestral music playing on an antique phonograph. Click. The morning commute. I've been trying to write this down for 3 days now. My hands still shake when I think about it, but I need to document what happened while the details are fresh. Maybe someone can make sense of it, because I sure can't. I keep checking news sites and local forums, but there's nothing. Just the usual traffic reports and weather updates. It started last Wednesday. Nothing special about that morning. Just another dreary February commute. I remember being annoyed because my travel mug was leaking slightly, leaving little brown rings on my center console. The heat was blasting to fight off the 28-degree chill, making that plasticky new car smell more noticeable than usual in my recently leased Civic. I always take the back roads to avoid I-95 traffic. There's this stretch of Route 27 that winds through the woods for about 4 miles before connecting to the industrial park where I work. Usually I zone out on autopilot there, just following the gentle curves while my mind wanders to the day ahead. But something felt off that morning, even before anything actually happened. The first thing I noticed was the radio. I always listen to NPR during my morning drive. Helps me feel somewhat informed about the world. But around 7:45 a.m., right as I was entering that wooded stretch, the signal started cutting out. Not unusual for that area, but this was different. Between bursts of static, I could swear I heard what sounded like backward speech. Not garbled nonsense, but actual words being played in reverse. I tried changing stations, but they were all doing it. I switched the radio off, deciding to drive in silence rather than deal with the unsettling noise. That's when I noticed how quiet everything was. No wind in the trees, no birds. Even my engine seemed muffled, like someone had thrown a heavy blanket over the car. The morning fog was thicker than usual, too, clinging to the road in a way that made the yellow lines look like they were floating. I checked my phone. No signal, which wasn't completely unusual for that stretch, but the time display caught my eye. 7:47 a.m. I distinctly remember because I had just checked it 2 minutes earlier when the radio started acting up. Still 7:47 a.m. I watched for another 30 seconds or so. Still 7:47 a.m. The seconds weren't moving. My rational brain kicked in. Obviously, the phone's frozen. Force restart it later. But my skin was starting to prickle. That animal instinct that tells you something's wrong before your conscious mind can process why. I pressed the accelerator a little harder, wanting to get through the woods and back to civilization. That's when I saw the first one. At first I thought it was just a trick of the fog, a darker patch that seemed to be moving wrong. You know how fog usually drifts with the wind? This patch was moving perpendicular to the rest, like it was cutting through it. As I got closer, it resolved into what looked like a person walking alongside the road. Nothing inherently scary about that, except they were walking backwards, perfect fluid backward steps, like a video being rewound. And they were wearing what looked like business casual clothes, slacks, button-up shirt, but the fabric was wrong. It rippled and shifted like static on an old TV, black and white pixels constantly rearranging themselves. I gripped the steering wheel harder, my knuckles going white. Just someone exercising in weird athletic wear, I told myself. One of those recovery suits with the electronic muscle stimulation or whatever. But even as I thought it, I knew that wasn't right. As I passed them, they turned their head to track my car. That's when my heart nearly stopped. Where their face should have been, there was just more static. Not blank skin, not a mask, but a void of shifting black and white pixels, like a TV tuned to a dead channel. I looked straight ahead, pressing the accelerator harder. Don't acknowledge it. You're tired, you're imagining things, just get to work. But in my peripheral vision, I could see more dark shapes emerging from the fog. 3, then 7, then dozens, all walking backwards along both sides of the road, all wearing those business casual clothes that weren't quite clothes, all turning their static-filled faces to watch my car pass. The air in the car felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My ears popped like I was changing altitude, and the engine noise became even more distant. The forest beyond the figures was wrong too. The trees looked like cardboard cutouts, flat and artificial. When I blinked, they seemed to shift position slightly, like a glitching video game trying to render a scene. I reached for my phone to try recording what I was seeing, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it between the seats. When I glanced down for a split second to grab it, I heard a sound that I still can't properly describe, like a dial-up modem screaming through a meat grinder, but deeper, more organic. I looked up and immediately slammed on the brakes, One of them was standing in the middle of the road facing my car, not walking backwards like the others, just standing perfectly still. It was closer than any of the others had been, close enough to see details I wish I hadn't noticed. Its clothes weren't just shifting patterns, they were flowing upwards, like water running in reverse, and there were gaps in it, places where the static cleared for a fraction of a second, showing something underneath that my brain refuses to properly process. Something geometric but non-Euclidean, folding in on itself in ways that shouldn't be possible. I sat there, engine idling, hands frozen on the wheel, staring at this thing through my windshield. It cocked its head at an angle that went slightly too far, like a bird but wrong. The static of its face started forming patterns, almost like it was trying to mimic my features. That's when I noticed the temperature display on my dashboard. 77.7 degrees. The same numbers kept flickering over and over, even though I could see my breath fogging in the freezing air. The clock read 7:47 a.m. The odometer was stuck on 7,177.7 miles. That's when I did something either very brave or very stupid. I laid on the horn. The sound came out distorted, stretched and warped, like it was being played at quarter speed. But it had an effect. The figure in the road spasmed, its form glitching violently, and then it moved. Not stepped or walked, but moved, like a video file corrupting. One frame it was in the road, the next it was beside my car, hand pressed against my driver's side window. The static of its face pressed close to the glass, forming and reforming into almost recognizable patterns. Was it trying to communicate? Trying to get in? I didn't wait to find out. I slammed the accelerator and swerved around where it had been standing. My tires found purchase on the wet asphalt and I shot forward, engine finally roaring at its proper volume. In my rearview mirror, I could see all of them turning to watch me go. Their movements jerky and wrong, like stop-motion animation at too few frames per second. The fog began to thin. My phone suddenly chimed with a dozen delayed notifications. The radio burst back to life mid-sentence, some story about local council elections. The clock jumped to 8:15 a.m. The temperature reading settled back to a realistic 29 degrees. Everything was normal again. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, hands trembling so badly I could barely put the car in park. The morning commuters filling their tanks and buying coffee gave me odd looks. I must have seemed crazy, sitting there hyperventilating in my car. When I finally got my breathing under control, I checked my phone. The photos I tried to take were corrupted, just blocky digital artifacts and strange patterns. But I did find something else. In my podcast app's recently played history, there was an entry from 7:47 a.m. It's just 30 seconds of what sounds like white noise, but if you play it backwards and adjust the speed, it almost sounds like words. I uploaded it to my computer and ran it through some audio software, but I still can't make out what it's saying. I called out sick that day, drove home taking the interstate, even though it added 40 minutes to my journey. I've been taking that route ever since, even though it means leaving an hour earlier and sitting in traffic. Better than the alternative. But here's the thing that really keeps me up at night. I decided to do some research into that stretch of Route 27. Found some old forum posts and local news articles. Over the past decade, there have been an unusually high number of single-car accidents there, always between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. The police reports all read similarly. Driver lost control of vehicle. No obvious cause determined. Driver claimed mechanical malfunction, but no evidence found. And the victims? All commuters, all wearing business casual. I keep telling myself there must be a logical explanation. Bad cell reception and a frozen phone, fog playing tricks on my eyes, stress and an overactive imagination. But yesterday, I was reviewing some old work emails and I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Every email I've ever sent between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. is corrupted. The text is replaced with strings of sevens and static characters. The timestamps are all stuck at 7:47 a.m. I have to drive to my sister's wedding next week. It's a 6-hour trip and I've mapped 3 different routes. They all intersect with Route 27 at some point. I don't know what I'm going to do, but if you're reading this and you commute through wooded areas in the early morning, do yourself a favor. Check your clock when the fog rolls in, and if it ever gets stuck at 7:47 a.m., don't stop driving. Don't look at the shapes in the mist, and whatever you do, don't honk your horn. They might just honk back. Has your husband been standing still? The woman at the door said her husband was inside my home. She was agitated and ran her fingers through her unwashed hair. You have the wrong address. It's just me, I said, then lied, and my boyfriend is here. No, please, just listen to me, she said, placing a hand on the door frame and leaning in toward me. I said I couldn't help her, said again she had the wrong address, then shut the door. But I could still hear her. I don't know what he'll do. Let me in, let me find him, she said, her muffled voice sharpening while her palm drummed on the door. He stands still. I froze in the entryway and waited full minutes after it sounded like she had left, in case her ear was pressed to the door. I didn't give much thought to her husband at first. There was something off about her, how she tried to talk so calmly, even though it was obvious she was coiled tight enough to snap. She kept floating on her toes, looking into my apartment behind me. But she also didn't seem outcast, or even neglected really. Her cashmere sweater and tapered pants told a different story. So I searched my apartment with the crowbar I kept under the sheets in the linen closet. No one was in the front rooms, with their windows facing the street. I had been there all day, so it was impossible for anyone to have broken in that way. Then I remembered the old dumbwaiter shaft. It was behind the kitchen door, shut behind a hinged metal slab. To keep noise from bleeding between apartments, it was no longer an open shaft, but a dusty compartment used as a pass-through for cables. I brought along my biggest chef knife from the drawer across from the refrigerator. The steel panel was painted the same color as the wall and had no handle or latch. Instead, there was a small jagged hole punched in one side with several drill bit plunges. I dug a screwdriver out of the junk drawer and tried to pry it open with a single jerk so I could step back and hold out the blade in my other hand. Instead, it swung open with a painfully slow creak, and I dropped the knife, scaring myself even more when it clattered at my feet. Without thinking, I bent down to pick it up. Kneeling on the floor, I imagined a pale hand reaching out into my hair and skull. But when I stood up and looked inside, there was nothing there, just the dark. It was empty. When I left the kitchen and crossed by the front door again, I saw that the woman had shoved a piece of paper in my door, like a takeout menu. It was a torn envelope, like something pulled crumpled from the trash, and had written on it the words, "Listen, please." Then I heard her whisper from low down on the door, even below where I had kneeled to pull at the scrap of paper. The first time my husband was around the corner from our French doors, in the hollow where my desk meets the printer cabinet. He must have been there all morning. He was standing straight up, like a sunflower, but I didn't see him until I got up from the desk and bumped my ankle. When I looked up suddenly, he was there, staring at nothing. The second time he was behind an all-glass display case in our entryway, pinched between a pane and the wall just inside the front door. The whispering stopped and I realized I was barely breathing. I was still kneeling and my knees were beginning to get sore. "Are you still there?" the whispered voice asked. I didn't answer. He's gotten really skinny and goes through tubes of high SPF sunscreen whenever he is called out to a site, so now he's white as an electric socket. He can suppress his presence and take away your intuitive sense that another person is nearby. He's practicing. He's getting better. He knows where your eyes land and the spaces they slide over. "Go away," I screamed, before retreating to the farthest corner of my apartment away from the front door. It took me a while to calm down, with some TV and all the lights on. I didn't pay attention to the show, but told myself that the woman at the door had a mental illness and a persecution complex, and she wanted to pull me into her delusion. I crept to the window and peered into the park across the street from my house. It was small and mostly mown, with a picnic pavilion and a swing set. But right across from me was a shock of forest, rising up curling and unwanted. The sun was still up, but low enough for this thicket to be dark in its own shadows. I looked for her there, expecting I don't know what. 2 red eyes? I didn't see her, and opened the blinds fully. A few families were playing volleyball down at the farthest end of the park, but it was otherwise empty. Then I caught the blue light off an e-cig. It was her, seated in a shadowed beach chair, with her legs stacked casually in front of her. I could barely see her face, but it looked as if she was staring into my windows. I debated whether to go out to confront her, but when I turned around, I saw her husband. I didn't scream. My throat snapped shut on my breath. Through the kitchen doorway across the room, I could see my dishwasher and him standing next to it, one leg against the fridge. He wasn't standing straight, but bent forward at a right angle, his back aligned with the marble countertop. One arm was held pinned against his thigh, the other down, then the wrist up, with fingers out in odd angles. His face pointed forward, a line atop his body like a bullet on a shell casing, with his eyes aimed to one side of me and far away. He wore an expression of rapture on a pale face. His lips were glittering red. He didn't move or react and showed no signs of being detected. But I still expected those eyes to swivel and land on me. Didn't feel I could move or look away until it did. I forced myself to clap, then to wave my arms, but there was no reaction. "You," I said. "Sir," I added, "you need to leave." He didn't react, and it wasn't just as if he was ignoring me. There wasn't a tremor or breath. He stayed so still it was as if the whole world had frozen. I called 911, of course. The operator urged me to get out of the house as quickly as possible. I stayed on the line with the operator, but there was nothing left to say. My only way out was past him. Acid filled my stomach. There was no way I could cross that room. I considered tossing something at him, or attacking him, but there was nothing more dangerous than a TV remote nearby. The operator said something about officers on the way, and my phone slipped from my hand in my rush to bring it back to my ear. My eyes never dropped from the husband, who didn't flinch when my phone crunched on impact, then clattered across the floor and under the couch. I lowered myself to my hands and knees and considered crawling over and reaching under until I realized it would put him out of sight. It was better to escape. Maybe I could crawl by him without touching him and he'll stay frozen. Or would he just grab me when I got close? I didn't have a choice. At the threshold between hardwood and tile, I looked down at my hands on the floor, and when I looked up, he was gone. But it was only for an instant, because suddenly I could see him again just in front of me. He hadn't moved. My eyes had let him go and struggled to find him again, like he wasn't where I had expected, or if I had somehow forgotten him. The arms holding me up shook so violently that I pitched forward, landing on the side of my face with a smack. I landed right at his feet, but didn't touch him. Pushing back on the heels of my hands, I rolled backwards and slammed into the cabinet behind me, hard enough that I heard the fiberboard crack inside the door. I could crawl by him now, but first watched him for any sign of movement. He was in a khaki t-shirt that didn't quite match the wood cabinetry or stand out from the white refrigerator at his back, nor were his dark pants much of a match for the brushed chrome of the dishwasher, though I could see he had a sliver of something shimmery silver, like a lanyard loop, hanging out from his pocket. I don't know how he could have disappeared from my sight, but he didn't seem to notice me. I strained to keep an eye on him over my shoulders as I crawled past, until I couldn't move slowly any longer. I scrambled to my feet, tumbling into a standing position, then into a headlong run, where I couldn't tell my heartbeats from the pounding of feet on the floor. After struggling with the lock, I finally squeezed through my front door and shut it behind me without looking back. The police came, searched my apartment, found no one. I tried to explain that he might still be there, that they just hadn't seen him. But they wouldn't come back in with me. They wouldn't search the park either. They were annoyed I wouldn't go back inside, but eventually left. I didn't have my phone and didn't know where to go, so I wandered out of my building in a daze. It was dark out now, but the night air felt good. I saw a car double parked, but didn't pay it any attention until the woman pushed open the passenger side door from the driver's seat and waved me over. I'd be embarrassed to describe the horrible things I said to her, but she was calm and composed. She knew how to handle her husband standing still, and was nothing like the woman who first confronted me on my doorstep. I don't want to give her real name, so I'll call her Flora. "I'll teach you to see him," was the first thing Flora told me once I was able to listen. I didn't want to see him or to go anywhere with this person, but I didn't know what else to do. She drove me far outside of the city until I could see stars over a sprawling suburbia. Somewhere nearer the highway, where duplex condos faded into industrial parks, she turned into a multi-acre construction site. It was all blonde dirt, scraped and marked by bulldozer treads. At the center was a cinder block frame that might one day grow into a big box store. She turned off her headlights, and suddenly the feeling I had ignored in favor of her serene understanding of my situation could no longer be ignored. I was struck dumb with fear, my sore muscles protesting at being called back to alert. Had I met a couple working together? But she kept talking reasonably, kept her instructions simple, and I found no moment to protest. Instead, I followed her, even let her take me by the hand and pull me in a circuitous path out into the center of the standing blocks. She laid out a picnic blanket and urged me to lay on my back next to her with a friendly pat. Inside, I was screaming. "We're in the middle of one of the dimmer meteor showers that doesn't get headlines," she said, "but we can see one every few minutes if we know how to look. Men who stand still," she told me, "can't be searched out like a bird among branches or a face in the crowd. That is a search for specificity. Even if you could live in a state of constant scrutiny, where every pixel of reality is examined, you would not often find these unmoving men. They slip into your scotoma and escape your attention because they are no longer objects to be found." "There was one," she said, pointing to a part of the sky. "Did you see that one?" I hadn't. "Because you are darting around looking for shooting stars," she said, "instead of looking at the surface of reality." Her husband had receded into the sky of our day-to-day existence, she said. When standing still, he wasn't an object to be found in space, but had shut down every part of himself to become permanent. She taught me to make my eyes flat and to search without an idea of what I wanted to see. To see them, you can no longer want anything from the sky, she said. You have to deaden yourself to know what surrounds you. I laughed when I saw the first shooting star and forgot about my terrible day. Then there was another and another. Now please, please don't be afraid, she said, sitting up and placing her hand on my goose-pimpled forearm. I looked around with my meteor eyes. There were men standing in strange shapes, pressed against the cinder blocks, and standing in the mud at bent angles, and even across the street, holding themselves straight. I see them everywhere now, she whispered. There are so many of them standing still. The security camera. The first time I saw my husband's double, I thought it was a glitch. I had just installed our new security system that afternoon, one of those fancy setups with motion detection, night vision, and smartphone connectivity. David thought I was being paranoid, but after the string of break-ins in our neighborhood, I wasn't taking any chances. Besides, as a software engineer who often worked late from home, I liked having eyes on our property when I was alone at night. The cameras had been running for less than 6 hours when my phone buzzed with its first motion alert. 2:01 a.m. I was still awake, catching up on some code reviews in my home office. The notification showed a still from our backyard camera, a dark figure standing motionless in the grass. My heart rate spiked until I recognized David's familiar silhouette. His broad shoulders, the slight slouch he'd developed from years hunched over keyboards, that distinctively messy bedhead I'd tease him about. I figured he must have had trouble sleeping and stepped out for some air. Not totally unusual. He'd been stressed about the upcoming product launch at work. I was about to dismiss the alert when something made me pause. The figure was completely still. Not the natural shifting of weight or subtle movements you'd expect from someone standing outside. Just perfectly, unnaturally motionless. That's when I realized he wasn't looking around the yard or up at the stars. He was staring directly at our second-floor bedroom window. Our bedroom window, where I could see the warm glow of our bedside lamp still burning. The lamp I always left on because David liked having some light when he got up to use the bathroom. A cold weight settled in my stomach. I pulled up the live feed from the indoor security camera I'd installed in our bedroom. There was David, curled up under the covers on his side of the bed, chest rising and falling in the peaceful rhythm of deep sleep. I looked back at the yard camera. The figure was still there, still staring. I closed my laptop and crept upstairs, my bare feet silent on the carpet. Our bedroom door was slightly ajar, just as I'd left it. David was exactly as I'd seen on camera, sound asleep, occasionally making the soft whistling sound through his nose that I normally found endearing, but now sent chills down my spine. I crossed to the window on trembling legs. The yard below was empty. I checked the security footage immediately. At exactly 3 a.m., the figure had simply vanished. One frame it was there, the next gone, with no movement in between. I rewound to the beginning of the incident. Same thing. At 2 a.m. sharp, it had appeared instantaneously in the middle of our yard. I barely slept that night, watching David's peaceful face in the lamplight and trying to convince myself I'd seen some kind of technical glitch. But the next night, it happened again, and the next, and the next. Always at exactly 2 a.m. Always standing in the exact same spot. Always staring at our window with David's face. I started sleeping less and less, spending my nights hunched over my monitors, documenting every detail. The figure never moved, never shifted, never blinked, just stood there, a perfect carbon copy of my husband, staring up at where we slept with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I tried telling David about it over breakfast that first week. He'd laughed it off, assuming I was joking. When I showed him the footage, he'd frowned and suggested it must be some kind of video artifact or reflection. He promised to stay awake with me the next night to see it in person. But when 2 a.m. came, he was sound asleep despite his promises. No amount of shaking would wake him. I watched in horror as his duplicate appeared in the yard right on schedule, while David slumbered beside me, impossibly heavy in a sleep that seemed more like unconsciousness. That's when the differences started. It was subtle at first. David would wake up groggy and irritable, with no memory of having promised to stay up with me. He'd zone out during conversations, staring blankly into space until I touched his arm or called his name. His appetite changed. He, who had always been a picky eater, suddenly started devouring his food with mechanical efficiency, like he was fueling up rather than enjoying a meal. Then came the physical changes. His skin seemed slightly waxy, especially in the mornings. His movements became more precise, more deliberate, losing the natural clumsiness I'd always found charming. Sometimes I'd catch him standing perfectly still, head cocked at an unnatural angle, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. But the eyes were the worst. David's eyes had always been a warm brown, crinkled at the corners from his ready smile. Now they seemed darker somehow, flatter, empty. I started documenting these changes too, in an encrypted file on my laptop. I knew how it would sound if I told anyone else, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever stood in our yard each night wasn't just watching us. It was studying us, learning, preparing. And David wasn't really David anymore. I began sleeping in my home office, claiming I had too much work to come to bed. I installed more cameras throughout the house, hidden ones David didn't know about. I watched him when he thought he was alone. The way he would practice expressions in mirrors, like an actor rehearsing for a role. The way he would sometimes forget to blink for minutes at a time. The way he would stand in empty rooms, perfectly still, staring at nothing. But it was the footage from last night that finally broke me. I was reviewing the bedroom camera feed from around 5 a.m., just before David usually wakes up. The video quality was poor. There had been a storm, and the power had flickered several times, but I could clearly see David's form under the covers. Then came a power surge, the image distorting with static. When it cleared, the bed was empty. I frantically checked the other cameras. Nothing in the hallway, nothing on the stairs, nothing in the kitchen or living room. David had vanished from our locked and alarmed house without triggering a single motion sensor. Then movement caught my eye on the yard camera. A figure walking slowly back toward the house. David's figure. It moved with that same mechanical precision I'd grown to dread, but now there was something else in its gait. A confidence, a purpose. It looked up directly at the camera, smiled, not David's warm, natural smile, but something that just stretched his lips without touching his eyes. Then it raised one hand and waved, holding up a familiar keychain. My keychain, the one I'd left on my office desk when I'd finally passed out from exhaustion an hour earlier. I'm typing this now from my car, parked outside a 24-hour diner 2 towns over. My hands won't stop shaking, because I know what this means. The thing in my yard, the thing wearing my husband's face. It's not watching anymore. It's done learning, done practicing, done replacing. And now it's coming for me. My phone buzzes, another motion alert. I don't want to look, but I can't help myself. It's footage from one of my hidden cameras inside the house. My office. There's a figure standing in the doorway. It's wearing David's face, but the movement is all wrong as it turns its head to stare directly into the camera. Its smile is impossibly wide now, stretching far beyond what a human mouth should be capable of. In its hand is my laptop, the one I'd left behind in my panic to escape, the one containing all my documentation, all my evidence. As I watch, it waves at the camera with that horrible smile. Then it does something worse. It speaks. "Coming home soon, honey? Don't worry. I'll wait up for you. After all..." The thing wearing my husband's face leans closer to the camera, its features distorting slightly, like melting wax. I never sleep. I throw my phone out the car window, watching it shatter on the asphalt. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely grip the steering wheel, but I force myself to focus. I need to drive, need to get far away, need to warn others. But as I reach for the ignition, I catch a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. Have my movements always been this precise? Has my skin always had this waxy sheen? When was the last time I blinked? I look closer at my reflection, at the thing wearing my face, now smiling, and I begin to scream. The sound of spinning. I've been trying to write this down for weeks now. My therapist says it might help to get it all out, but every time I start, my hands shake so badly I can barely type. Even now, sitting in my well-lit home office at 2:47 p.m. on a sunny Tuesday, I keep glancing over my shoulder. The rational part of my brain knows there's nothing there, but rationality doesn't count for much anymore. Not since that night at Riverside Park. I should probably mention that I'm a photojournalist for the local paper. Nothing glamorous, mostly community events, high school sports, that sort of thing. The assignment that brought me to the park that night was supposed to be a simple puff piece about the holiday carnival. You know the type. Happy families, cotton candy, twinkly lights. The kind of wholesome content that fills space between car dealership ads. The carnival had been in town for about a week, and my editor wanted some night shots to capture the magical atmosphere. I remember rolling my eyes when she said that. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have called in sick. I arrived around 8:30 p.m., just as dusk was settling in. The temperature had dropped significantly from the warm afternoon, and a light fog was rolling in from the river. Not unusual for October in our area, but it gave everything a sort of dreamy quality that I actually thought would make for good photos. God, I was so focused on getting the right shots that I ignored all the warning signs. The first thing that struck me as odd was the music. Carnival music is always a bit eerie, but something about it seemed off. Like it was playing at the wrong speed, or maybe echoing when it shouldn't have been. I kept thinking I could hear laughter mixed in with it, but not the normal shrieks and giggles of kids having fun. This was different, more like someone trying to remember how laughter should sound. I started with some wide shots of the midway, capturing the way the colored lights diffused through the fog. The place wasn't exactly crowded, but there were enough people around that I didn't feel uncomfortable. Not yet, anyway. I remember checking my phone, 8:47 p.m., and calculating how many more shots I needed before I could call it a night. That's when I noticed the carousel. It was set back from the other rides, partially obscured by the fog. Standard carnival carousel, or at least that's what I thought at first. Painted horses moving up and down, mirrors and gold trim, all that classic stuff. But something about it made my skin crawl. I tried to tell myself it was just the fog playing tricks with the lights, but beautiful, isn't it? I nearly jumped out of my skin. The voice came from right behind me, but I hadn't heard anyone approach. When I turned around, I found myself face to face with what I assumed was the operator, an older man in a red uniform that seemed somehow both pristine and impossibly old at the same time. Yeah, I managed to say, trying to calm my racing heart. I'm just getting some photos for the paper. He smiled. At least I think it was a smile. Something about his expression made my stomach turn. You should take a ride, he said. Best view for pictures is from up there. He gestured toward the carousel, and I noticed his hand seemed too pale, like something that had never seen sunlight. Thanks, but I think I can get what I need from here, I replied, already taking a step backward. The carousel was still turning, but I realized I couldn't see any riders, just empty horses moving up and down, their painted eyes reflecting the lights in a way that made them look almost alive. I insist, he said, and his voice had changed. It still sounded pleasant, but there was something underneath it, like static on an old radio. Everyone takes a ride, eventually. I turned to leave. I remember that clearly. I turned and started walking away, but somehow I was moving toward the carousel instead. The fog had grown thicker, and I couldn't see the other rides anymore. Just the carousel, spinning in that strange, silent way. No, not silent. There was that laughter again, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. My camera was still in my hands, and I raised it almost involuntarily. Through the viewfinder, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The mirrors around the carousel's center column weren't reflecting the empty horses anymore. They showed riders, dozens of them. Some looked like they were screaming, but their faces were blurred, like long exposure photographs. And they were all looking directly at me. I tried to lower the camera, but my fingers wouldn't move. The operator was beside me again. How did he move so fast? And his hand was on my shoulder. His touch felt wrong, like pressure through several layers of thick fabric, even though his hand was directly on my jacket. Your turn, he whispered, and his voice seemed to come from inside my own head. Everyone rides. Eventually. What happened next is confused. I remember the cold. God, it was so cold. The kind of cold that burns. The carousel was moving faster now, but also somehow in slow motion. The horses' painted eyes were following me, their frozen expressions twisting into something else, something hungry. That horrible laughter was getting louder, and I could smell something that reminded me of old pennies and burnt sugar. I don't know how I got away. I have a vague memory of running, of my feet slipping on wet grass, of my camera swinging wildly from its strap. I remember reaching for my phone and seeing that it was 11:23 p.m. Impossible. I'd only been there for a few minutes, hadn't I? When I finally made it to my car, I sat there shaking for what felt like hours, watching the fog swirl in my headlights. I could still hear that music, faint but persistent, even with all the windows rolled up. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Sleep deprivation, maybe, or some kind of weird panic attack. But then I looked at my camera. Most of the photos were normal, just carnival shots, exactly what my editor wanted. But the last one showed the carousel, empty horses, fog, normal carnival stuff. Except in every mirror, in every reflective surface, there were faces, not blurred this time, crystal clear. And in the front row, sitting rigid on a horse with bared teeth and wild eyes, was me. I called in sick and spent the day doing research. The carnival had been setting up in Riverside Park for as long as anyone could remember, always in October, always for exactly 1 week. And every year, like clockwork, people would go missing. Not many, 1 or 2 per season. Usually dismissed as runaways or drifters. The only connection was that they were last seen at the carnival. I tried to talk to the police, but they looked at me like I was crazy. The carnival had already moved on, right on schedule. No one seemed to remember anything unusual about the carousel or its operator. The missing persons reports I found online started throwing up error messages, and within days, I couldn't find them at all. But I know what I saw. I know what's on that last photo, even though I can't look at it anymore. I keep it in a locked drawer in my desk, and sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear music coming from it. Carnival music, playing just a little too slow, mixed with that terrible laughter. The carnival will be back next October. It always comes back. And sometimes, when the fog rolls in from the river, I catch myself wondering about those faces in the mirrors. Were they all like me? People who got away? Or were they the ones who didn't? I've been trying to convince myself to destroy the photo, but I can't. It's evidence, proof that I'm not crazy. And maybe, just maybe, it might help someone else understand what's happening before it's their turn to ride. Because he was right, you know. Everyone rides. Eventually. 2 weeks after posting this account, the author was reported missing. Their home was found empty except for an open drawer containing a single photograph. The photo, according to police reports, showed only an empty carnival carousel in heavy fog. I stumbled upon a dead language. As part of my doctorate, I was hired as a lab assistant working with pediatric treatment. We were working on a paper measuring the exposure effect of a potential contaminant, while my colleagues were working on the measured effects on adults and the elderly. My team would work with children. The potential disruption to developing adolescence was deemed important enough to have a separate set of experiments and measurements. The study garnered unilateral attention and funding of not only 1, but 4 different pharmaceutical companies, Hatchet PH being the main contributor. I was hired pretty late in the process. I wasn't even sure what the contaminant was, as it was just designated as the contaminant. Apparently it was something that resided just under the topsoil in a large residential area. To not taint our measurements, me and my colleagues were given minimum information about the symptoms to look for and what to expect. Instead, we were provided a set of experiments and willing participants. It was all fast and haphazard. Most of us started on a Monday, and Tuesday the following week was the day of our first experiment. Little time to prepare, get settled, or even understand. Still, this could be big enough to launch a career. The experiment, described as the Cognition and Ocular Development Assessment, CODA, was to be performed with full consent and supervision of the parental guardians. All children were between 6 to 10 years old, and none of them had any observed deformities or illnesses. We were given limited access to certain medical records to make sure our study didn't have the potential to cause any harm. Then again, I'd read the experiment checklist, and there was nothing that could damage anyone. If anything, I argued the results would be pretty much useless. As Tuesday came around, me and my 2 colleagues had prepared as best we could. The 3 of us would put 1 participant each through a series of tests. The CODA was 3 tests over a total of 3 hours. The parents were to be asked for consent before and after each step, and given the ability to stop any test at any given time. The experiment overall was surprisingly simple. It was supposed to be a measurement of cognitive and emotional development, mostly tested through facial and spatial recognition. The day of the experiment, I first met Logan, an 8-year-old kid sporting a baseball cap and a brand new Pokemon t-shirt. His mom was a bit anxious, but from what I'd been told, she'd been generously compensated. As I met them in the parking lot and lead them inside, I promised her we'd go through the specifics. "Don't worry," I said. "We're mostly going to look at pictures. Doesn't sound too bad, huh?" He shook his head, but I'd yet to see him smile. Maybe his mom's anxiety rubbed off on him. The testing room was somewhat small and made entirely out of concrete. There was a pair of opposite two-way mirrors on each side of the room. The walls were painted this sickly mint green, a color so neutral it hurt to look at. The first test was all about emotional intelligence. In sets of 6 pictures each, I was to show Logan various expressions and ask him which mostly correlated to an emotion. If they answered objectively wrong, according to a chart, we were supposed to ask them to explain their choice. Simple enough, I'd done something similar before. But this is where I first realized that Logan wasn't some ordinary kid. As I laid out the first image set, I asked him to identify the happiest face. Clearly it was card number 3, and Logan answered as such without hesitation. In the second image set, he was asked which one was the saddest. Again, it was number 3. He answered correctly, again. In the third picture, the 6 pictures were a wild mix. Some sad, some happy. One guy was sleeping in the corner. "Which one is the angriest?" I asked. There was a correct answer. Number 4. A woman furrowing her brow and exposing her teeth. Yet Logan looked at them all for a long time. "Number 6, he said finally, pointing at the sleeping man. "How come?" I asked, following protocol. "It's complicated. They almost killed his mom." The kid seemed almost distant, staring at the picture. What the hell? He answered the rest of the questions flawlessly, but that answer stuck with me. Such a strange reaction. Not only did he answer wrong to an obvious question, but it was also such an odd explanation. Logan himself seemed to have trouble finding the right word for it. The second test was similar, but there were new cards, in sets of 3. Logan was supposed to explain each emotion presented by the people in the pictures. Happy, sad, angry, scared. It was similar to the first test, but much more detailed. For every image, there would be a description and a short explanation given by the participant. We pressed forward. First 3 cards, no problem. Happy, happy, sad. Easy explanations. Second set of cards, same result. Surprised, sad, sad. But when the third image set came along, I didn't know what to say. 3 people, all completely neutral. Not a single emotion on their face. They looked almost computer-generated. Logan didn't skip a beat, though. "She's scared," he said. "She doesn't know why she's doing this." And, what about this one? "Oh, he's hungry. He just doesn't show it." Hungry? Is that the emotion? Yeah, he's really hungry. Dangerous. And the third one? Logan took a long, hard look. After a few seconds, he looked up at me, almost like he forgot about the picture for a while. "Okay, I think he's Obstin." "Obstin?" "Yeah, Obstin." "What do you mean?" "That's what he is. I don't know a better word for it." "So why is he, Obstin?" He saw something he shouldn't have. We continued with several more image sets, and Logan gave mostly ordinary answers, but every now and then he'd throw in something absurd sounding. Obstin was the first, But there was also ADR, Gald, and Srit. The descriptions were outlandish and frankly nonsensical. Adres. He stared too long into the light. Gald. He didn't go swimming, but his feet are still wet. Srit. He fell between the cracks. By the time I was about to start the third experiment, I had a few moments alone with Logan's mom. Still anxious, she held her arms close to herself and didn't meet my eyes. "We'll be done in a bit," I said. "He's doing great." "He's such an imaginative child, you know." She nodded. "He makes up things all the time. You should see his drawings." "Does he have any trouble at school?" "No, not really, no," she smiled. "Well, mostly not. Some of the other kids can get a bit creeped out when he starts making things up." I checked the clock. It was time to start the final experiment. "All kids have a quirk or two," I smiled back. "That's what makes them kids." The final experiment was about recognizing places rather than people. One by one, I was to show Logan pictures of various places. Ordinary places like supermarkets, playgrounds, and factories. They were pretty easy to recognize. First, I'd show him the pictures. Then I'd ask him to describe the scene. Logan didn't seem to mind. The pictures themselves was easy for Logan to recognize. One by one, he explained what he saw. Factories with lots of cars parked outside, empty playgrounds. But as we got to a park, he sort of stopped. His expression shifted. "That's a graveyard," he said. I had to stop myself from correcting him. It was obviously not a graveyard. "Can you describe it?" I asked. I really don't want to. There's a lot of people there." "What kind of people?" I was going off script, but I was just too curious. Logan leaned in to look closer at the picture. "There's a lot of strange colors," he said. "The people who used to be there are gone." I couldn't tell what he was seeing. The picture was empty. As we finished up, Logan went to the bathroom. I got some time to talk to his mom on our own, and I brought out the picture of the park. "Do you have any idea what he sees here?" I asked. "No," she said, shaking her head. "Could be anything." "It's just strange," I said. "Usually kids make up stories about dragons, lasers, wizards, that kind of stuff. Not graveyards and parks." "Are you calling my son strange?" I lost my train of thought. As Logan came back, she grabbed him by the arm as to leave. Before they did, I caught up to them. I had to try something. "Logan," I said, "just a moment." They stopped, and his mom gave me a tired look. "I was thinking about buying this house," I said, bringing up a photo of a place I'd been checking out a few times. "What do you think?" He just stared at me, as if he didn't understand. He took off his baseball cap and scratched his ear. "Looks dirty," he said. "A lot of RO right there in the—" "Come on, Logan." His mother tugged his arm, and he was almost dragged down the hall. Turning back to me one last time, he yelled back. He looked up, and then he didn't. I didn't lie when I said I was thinking about buying that house. There was an open viewing the next day, and I decided to drop by on my lunch break. There were about 8 other people there, all couples. I kind of disappeared among them. Maybe I wasn't being considered as a serious buyer. The place was a bit too large for me after all. As the realtor ran off to speak to a pregnant couple, I stopped in the foyer. I had this strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. "Row," I whispered to myself. "Right here." Just saying it out loud almost made me feel it. It was something so specific, so unique. It wasn't an emotion as much as it was an experience, a story. I could imagine myself lying on the floor, looking up at the wood-brown ceiling. I could feel my back growing stiff, as if I'd been lying down for too long. I could feel my eyes growing thick, like blinking through mud. Every breath, a conscious effort. Arms unresponsive. A prayer for my heart to keep beating. Then, nothing. Row. To look up, and then to not. I had this strange understanding, like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to. Didn't the kid have a word for that too? God, I felt sick. Everyone was gathered around the realtor in the living room. I don't know what gave me the courage to confront him, but I just blurted it out. Did the previous owner die here? I asked. In the foyer? No, they didn't, he answered. You have to tell us if they did, one of the couples said. Another couple agreed. Okay, yeah, no one has died here. That much is true. No one did. But yes, they were found unresponsive in the foyer. There were loud sighs. A couple immediately left. Another left shortly afterwards. There was a queue to talk to the realtor, and within 10 minutes I was the only one left. Row or not, I got the place too cheap to care. This made me curious as to the words the kid had used to describe the various places and emotions. Over the following days, as I transcribed our findings, I started thinking about them a lot more, staring into the light too long, to get wet feet without swimming. It was all just cryptic nonsense. But what I'd felt that first night in my new house, that was Row. I could feel it. It was the right way to describe it. One night, as I stood in the bathroom, I thought about the word aider. It was what Logan had used to describe staring into the light for too long. It felt fitting, but I didn't know if I'd experienced it. I tried looking up into the bathroom light and just saying it out loud, but I didn't get the same feeling as when I'd said Row in the foyer. This wasn't it. This wasn't ADR. I sort of gave up on it after a while. But as I was watching TV, the thought came creeping back to me. There was a news segment about a patient with severe brain damage, a woman who couldn't breathe on her own, or speak. She was aware in a sense, but completely imprisoned in her body. The segment focused on how her family was caring for her, but I just leaned in closer and looked at her. Adr, I whispered to myself, that's it. And it was. No question about it. She was Adr. From staring into the light too long, I could feel it, understand it. Over the next couple of days, I started chasing Gald. The word meant someone whose feet was wet, despite not swimming. It took me a while to get this one, but I finally found it in a newspaper article online. I felt galled from reading about a man who had died from an overdose down at the beach. His body had apparently choked itself, causing him to sweat to death. As he was homeless and living close to the beach, he'd been found by a couple of teenagers building a sandcastle. But that feeling of drowning on dry land, next to the ocean, that was galled. With the right word, I could feel it. I could empathize. In my mind, I could be there with him. But the final word I'd noted, srit. That was a difficult one. Over several days, I looked all over the internet. I searched forums, read obscure articles ranging back to the 90s, but I just couldn't shoot blindly into the web and hope for the best. I had to find out more, get something substantial. That thought made me take a step back. What about the photos? The photos we had shown Logan in the first place. Who were the people in the photos? I checked the inventory list for the experiment. Most of the cards were just mentioned as a number and an emotion, but I noticed that some of the faces were repeated with the same actors. All the cards which Logan had gotten right were repeated at least once. But the weird ones? Those were unique faces. The lighting was different. They didn't show any peculiar emotions. They were just strange people. A bit off. I took a few photos with my phone and tried to do an image search. I couldn't get a single hit. These pictures simply weren't available anywhere online. The ordinary emotions displayed could be found on various stock image sites, but not the strange ones that Logan pointed out. Finally, after a few hours and dozens of pages clicked through, I did find a picture that looked like one of the models, but in a completely different setting. And this was freaking weird. The picture I found online was from a social media profile. The profile, in turn, portrayed the user page of the very same homeless man that had drowned in his own sweat from an overdose. The same one I'd read an article of. But the article was written just a few days prior, and the picture must have been taken at least weeks ago. Listen, I don't know if you can get this. What Logan did was to perfectly describe, using one of his made-up words, was exactly what was about to happen to that man. The man who galled, who overdosed on the beach. I mulled the whole thing over in my head countless times, and finally, I just gave up. I had to talk to Logan again. I did the creepiest thing I've ever done. I tracked the kid down at his school. The following day, as he was about to get on the bus back home, I waved at him from across the parking lot. He was surprised to see me and couldn't place me at first. Then I could see him recognize me, like something lit up in his mind. "Hey," he called out. "Science man." "Hey, Logan," I called back. "How's it been?" "Good," he said. "You're not here for more tests, are you?" He stopped a few feet ahead of me. "Actually, I'm just here to ask you about that language of yours. Those strange words you use. How do you come up with them?" "That's easy," he said. "Once you start talking it, you kinda don't stop. After a while, you just feel them, you know?" "So where did you learn it?" I asked. "Anywhere special?" "I think I always knew." He shrugged. "Like, it's weird, like listening. But not to a sound, but like a color. It's just sort of there, inside. So you can always see it? Because sometimes you said people in pictures were just happy or sad, ordinary things. Well, sometimes those things are easier to see. You said I should answer fast, not, accurately. So you can see it now? I chuckled. Anywhere? Here with me? Sure, he smiled. Just stand still for a bit. Logan looked at me for a while. As I met his eyes, I could feel something. There was that feeling again. Obstin. To see something I shouldn't have. Right there, in that kid's eyes, he knew something. Strangely enough, it wasn't him that broke the silence. It was me. "Athos," I said. I didn't know why I said it, but it took Logan by surprise. The one who shouts until they listen," he said. "That's what it means, right?" "I think that's me." "I don't know," I said. I'm sorry, Logan. I don't know why I said that." "Did you see it?" he asked, almost excited. "Do you see it now?" I want to say that I didn't. I want to say I saw nothing, but that'd be a lie. A million little words crept into my mind, and as I stared into that kid's eyes, I saw something I shouldn't have. Now it was all becoming clearer. The more words I knew, the better I understood. The word I'd looked for, srit, was a lot more complex than Logan had made it out to be with human words. It was contextual. The man had died in an earthquake. He fell between the cracks. No, he hadn't. He was going to. It was describing events destined to unfold, but it was also describing something that had happened. Was it both? Neither? I see it, I admitted. Right there I could feel the parking lot falling away in insignificance. With a single unspoken word, we could tell each other infinite things. These mundane expressions were just the tip of the iceberg, a dumbed-down shadow of what was truly being said. The words told us of things that were, things that could be, and things that currently was. And in that moment of silence, of understanding, I heard the vibrant colors so clearly I could almost see them. They were piercing into my mind, forcing themselves into my understanding, screaming to me that once you understand something, you can't unlearn it. I forgot to breathe, as to not accidentally say something I shouldn't. You weren't talking about the picture I held up in the test. You were looking at me, I said with nothing but a shallow breath. Obstin. I'm Obstin. You didn't even look at the picture? He didn't have to answer. I knew it was true. It was written into the word itself that my realization would come. Then, as possibilities came rushing towards me, I could feel an enormous weight come down on me. My mind couldn't take it. My body was shutting down as I fell to my knees, screaming until my neck felt raw. The world started to fade as my heartbeat swallowed my hearing. I have a hard time describing what happened next. When I closed my eyes, I'd see millions of possibilities. Mostly pain, suffering, and terror. My own thoughts and emotions multiplied like a torch in a hall of mirrors. I'd see myself waking up in my bed, only to get murdered by 1,000 different weapons. I'd see myself drowning in my bathtub, breaking my neck, falling down the stairs. Death. So much death. And then in the blink of an eye, I'd be in the back of an ambulance, feeling the residual effect of a defibrillator on my chest. As I blinked, the ambulance burst into flames. The driver crashed into a tree, someone carving their initials into my chest with a scalpel. None of it was real, but I couldn't tell anymore. Different worlds, with nothing but a well-placed syllable. All the while I was just spitting out seemingly random words. My eyes lost focus, and as I lost grip of reality, my body shut itself down in self-defense. Thank God. This was back in January of 2019. Logan was born with this language already stored in the back of his mind, some kind of residual effect from his contamination. But for people like you and me, we can't take it all at once. So over the years, with intense therapy to back me up, I've settled on trying to learn one single word. I'm going to find out as much as I can about just what it means to be obstin, the word describing me. There was so much to that one word that you could fill a lifetime with it. In a way, maybe that was the point. A God language meant to fit all of our very beings into simple expressions, like compressing a folder into a zip file. But that's just the thing. To learn what it really means to be obstin, to be my word, I can't really do anything else but to live and see what happens. Not unless I want to go back to where my mind wandered off to. Still, sometimes I can feel something creeping back into my mind. Little tingles, syllables and sounds, reminding me of all the knowledge I still have stored away somewhere in my inner madness. Little words with galactic proportions. It is so easy to slip back into that mind, just inches away from the edge of what my physical brain can hold. I sometimes wonder what all your words are. I sometimes wonder what they mean. I'll really try not to think about it. It's strange how certain events can carve deep trenches into the memory, like shadows that refuse to fade. This is one such story, a tale I'd rather not remember but feel compelled to recount. Perhaps in the telling, I might rid myself of its lingering grip. My name is Evelyn, and at the time, I was just a regular 28-year-old scraping by in the bustling city of Portland. My days were filled with mundane errands, freelance graphic design work, and weekend trips to vintage shops. I had a soft spot for anything old, weathered, and steeped in mystery. Furniture, trinkets, books. That's how I stumbled across her. The shop was a little out of the way, tucked between a boarded-up theater and an abandoned laundromat. Haven Antiques, the faded wooden sign read. It smelled of mildew and dust, its cramped aisles a labyrinth of forgotten relics. I'd been there a handful of times before, but had never ventured to the back corner. That's where I found the doll. She sat propped against a yellowed lace curtain in a wicker chair, her porcelain face cracked just enough to lend her an air of melancholy. Her dark eyes, painted of course, seemed to follow me as I moved closer. She wore a navy dress with tiny white flowers, and her shoes were scuffed, as though she'd walked miles. A black ribbon tied her dark hair into two neat pigtails. Despite her eerie presence, something about her called to me. "How much for the doll?" I asked the old man behind the counter. His thick glasses magnified his eyes to cartoonish proportions, and he looked at me as if I'd asked to purchase his soul. "That one, $5. His tone was clipped, hurried. "No refunds." I laughed nervously. "She's creepy, but I like her." "Creepy," he muttered under his breath. As he rang me up, he added, "You might want to keep her in a box." I thought it was an odd remark, but brushed it off. By evening, the doll had taken up residence on my bookshelf, nestled between a collection of leather-bound classics and a framed photo of my late mother. Her eyes caught the light, and I could swear they sparkled in the dim glow of my desk lamp. The first night was uneventful, though I did dream about her. In the dream, she stood on my nightstand, staring at me with those painted eyes. When I woke, I found her right where I'd left her on the shelf. Still, I felt uneasy. It began with small things. Her position seemed different, a tilt of the head, an arm raised slightly. I chalked it up to my overactive imagination. Then one morning, I found her lying on the floor, her dress stained with dust. I assumed she'd fallen during the night, though there was no breeze, no tremor to explain it. "Stay put, okay?" I murmured as I set her back on the shelf. Her painted lips seemed to curl into a subtle smirk. By the third night, I'd started to feel irrationally paranoid. I woke to a loud thud, my heart racing as I fumbled for the bedside lamp. The doll was on the floor again, this time closer to my bed. Her unblinking eyes stared up at me, almost accusatory. That was when I decided to move her. I placed her in a wooden box and shoved it into the closet. For a few days, life returned to normal. The oppressive feeling of being watched dissipated, but my relief was short-lived. It was a week later when the nightmares started. I dreamed of the doll every night. She would crawl out of the box, her porcelain limbs creaking as she climbed onto my bed. Sometimes she'd whisper in a voice like dry leaves, though I could never make out the words. Other times, she'd simply sit at the foot of my bed, her head tilting unnaturally as if observing me. I tried to ignore it, attributing the dreams to stress, but then I began hearing noises at night, the soft scrape of something dragging across the floor, faint giggles that seemed to echo from the closet. One night, I bolted upright to find the box sitting on my dresser, lid ajar. My skin prickled with cold dread. I threw the box into the basement, determined to forget about it. Yet the nightmares persisted, and soon I began finding the doll in unexpected places. Perched on the kitchen counter, nestled in the laundry hamper, even sitting at my desk. Each time her eyes seemed more lifelike, her smirk more pronounced. "Stop it!" I screamed one night, hurling her against the wall. Her head cracked further, and a thin wisp of black smoke curled out before dissipating. I stared in disbelief, my chest heaving. That night, I slept with the lights on. Desperation drove me to research. I scoured forums, read about haunted objects, and even consulted a psychic. "It's not just a doll," she said, her voice trembling. "It's a vessel." "A vessel for what?" Her eyes darkened. "For something old, something angry." She advised me to burn it, but when I tried, the flames wouldn't catch. I doused it in lighter fluid, struck match after match, yet the doll remained unscathed. Defeated, I decided to return it to Haven Antiques. When I arrived, the shop was gone. In its place stood a vacant lot, overgrown with weeds. Confusion turned to dread as I realized the truth. Haven Antiques had never existed. The doll, whatever it was, had found its way to me, and it wasn't leaving. The nights grew darker, the air heavier. Shadows seemed to stretch and twist, whispering my name. The doll's movements became more brazen. I'd find her in my bed, her cracked face inches from mine, her cold fingers tangled in my hair. And then, one night, she spoke. Her voice was a child's, sweet and chilling. "Why won't you play with me?" I screamed, throwing her across the room. She landed on her feet, her head snapping toward me. "You can't get rid of me," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "I'm part of you now." Weeks turned to months, and my life unraveled. Friends stopped visiting, claiming my house felt wrong. My freelance work dried up as clients complained about unsettling images in my designs, images I didn't remember creating. I became a recluse, terrified to sleep, to dream, to live. And then came the final night. I woke to find the doll sitting on my chest, her weight crushing, her eyes glowing faintly. She leaned in, her lips brushing my ear as she whispered, "It's time." Time for what? I didn't know. But as darkness engulfed me, I realized with horrifying clarity that I was no longer alone in my own body. When they found me days later, I was sitting in the corner of my room, clutching the doll. My eyes were vacant, my lips stretched into a grotesque smile. They say I mumbled the same phrase over and over. "She's here. She'll always be here." I don't remember much after that, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I feel her stirring inside me, waiting. And I know this is far from over.